Mic works, but no video.
No, from my office to here, I don't know if I walk to a dead spot and then like, no, that's it. You have to ask to come back.
That's,
Yeah, mic is working.
We got video just popped up, but it's.
Cameras are taking pictures of the wall.
In there.
Oh,
Here we go.
yeah.
Okay.
Okay, I'll call the meeting to order. We'll start with the Public Works Department update. Good morning.
Good morning. We have two items on your agenda today. Finished business set for 3 o'clock, and this is the adoption of the 6-year and the annual road construction program. I won't be here this afternoon. Jeff will. I'm leaving on vacation, and I will miss next Tuesday's meeting.
Congratulations.
Yeah.
Happy vacation. Well
Yeah.
deserved.
On the construction side, our grant-funded guidepost sign project, the guideposts are done, and we're installing sign bases, and signs will follow.
Gordy, I had a phone call from a citizen saying, thank you so much for the guideposts.
Oh, good. Yeah, they are really helpful in the foggy, low light.
Especially right
Yeah.
What road was that?
now. That was Radisson. Or Oak Ridge.
A positive comment about Oak Ridge Road.
Yep.
That's good.
Please note it in the record.
Yeah.
That's why I brought it up.
All right, West Darland Road paving project is finally
I just doubled
physically
our
Viewership.
viewership this afternoon. Continue, sorry. I'm feeling ornery today. so.
Roosevelt Grade Road paving project, contractors finished up Shoulder Rock, and if the weather holds out, we could get some wind tomorrow, they'll stripe it on Thursday. So I need to dry it out, but it's drier over there than here, so. Our goal is to get it striped when the weather gets worse. Courtney Road, we're finishing up the plans and specifications for that. We plan on advertising on the 29th of this month. So I'll go out and do that after the first of the year. Klickitat path, our designers are still working with WashDOT and state parks to pave our portion of the trail that kind of goes from school entrance to Turkey Road and makes connection to the school and to the community center. So that will happen next summer. And then our courthouse parking lot project, wrapping that up and working with the city to finalize those plans as well. On the maintenance side, our crews in Bickleton and Goldendale, fixing Potts Lane building, the entrance to it has drainage issues, so the crews fixing that today. And that's our building off of South Columbus that we purchased recently. And then we're also fixing Middle Road out east after our hauling operations for our paving project. West End crews, we're brushing, and we're also getting our equipment ready for winter, which is here. So dialing everything in. This building, everybody I'm sure knows that the elevator is out of commission from somebody. It looks like hit the button, the call button on the first floor with something, and the button's dented in. So it happened overnight with the work crews that were here because it worked fine at the end of the day when we left last night, and this morning it didn't. So we have a call into the contractor, and they should have somebody dispatched to make the repair. Let's see. So luckily, we did end up moving everybody that was scheduled to move. Most of their stuff got moved yesterday. So while the elevator was still working, which was helpful. I know there's some other odds and ends that are moving in today, and we'll just wait till it gets fixed to actively move most of the rest of the stuff.
So what is it like, floor 2, you just can't get to floor 2 or something?
Yeah, the call button, you can ride,
Oh,
so
it's
if you,
the call button
yeah,
on
you
the
can-
outside.
yeah, so you can ride the elevator down to the first floor, you just can't call it from the first floor, so if you get up, you can ride it down. And then, yeah, yeah. So, but you can see somebody damage the button, they hit it hard with something. Flooring installation continues this week on the health department, the 3rd floor, and the elevator lobbies. So I know those guys were here last night working, they were here after hours. Let's see, furniture, we're still trickling in furniture. They actually pushed our lobby furniture out to May now of next year, so we're in close to a year to procure that. Hopefully it doesn't get pushed out any farther. Now we have one window, glass window that was cut wrong or measured wrong up on the 3rd floor of the conference rooms. I think it's our last piece. Although there's several seals on the inside glass that need to be redone or repaired. So you can kind of, if you see those, they will get fixed. Our tapers and the painters are still working on repairing all those dinged areas where the blue tape still is. And they have said by the end of next week, they should be finished with that. Blinds, so unfortunately, all the blinds, except for the blinds in your offices and these in here, are actively working. All the blackout blinds will come next week, and yours should arrive and will be installed. They measured yours wrong, and so you can't put them up. So hopefully the weather remains like this and we don't have the glare issues. HVAC units, they're still trying to balance what they can, but we have some issues with noise. We've actually identified and took,
Apparently
we're
that's
moving enough up there.
Marty, that really does happen a lot.
Does it?
Do we have a way to subvert that?
Well,
Like,
yeah.
just turn it on and leave it on?
Yeah, we'll get it fixed.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Yeah, just keep it.
The lights only go to sleep.
So anyway, we took sound measurements and it looks like Lim has the noisiest office. So I think he's got you guys beat. That's
That must
Pretty
really
cool.
be something.
yeah. So
Although I can report, I was on a Zoom conference this morning and it was not causing any problems. As far as the other people, because I said I will keep my thing muted because that jet engine you hear in the background, I'm not zooming in from the Boeing plant in Renton. And they were like, no, we don't really hear, it's just sort of a little background, like white noise. And I was like, oh, okay. So apparently.
When somebody else is in the office.
Yeah. So, okay.
yeah.
So
So there's
where,
still.
where are we at on that? Are they thinking they're gonna be able to make major changes, or is this what we're living?
It might be, there might be some places that it's a simple fix, and some it might be they have to replace the drive unit that blows to a variable speed drive so it can adjust down. Or other fixes, I'm not sure yet. They're supposed to get back to us this week. Let us know.
Was there a DB limit in the contract that these things can't, like literally make a CDM conversation in your room?
Yeah, they're not supposed to sound like this. Yeah, they're not.
And they admit to that as well?
Yes, yeah. So. We're working on it.
Okay.
It will get fixed.
My only worry is variable speed, where they can kick it down to half throttle and now it doesn't make noise. But now it's really not moving any air either, so.
Yeah, they have to
I
make
want
sure.
something in between the, where my windows are rattling from, I'm convinced the air coming out of that thing is
I was
like.
wondering if they know it's the blade.
It's working.
I think the blade or something causing it to be out of balance and it's just in there vibrating or something. And that's what's
I mean, the one positive thing too is if you go in and close my door, I have no worries about anybody outside hearing anything that's going on. It's like a cone of silence. It's not a cone of silence, it's a cone of like noise. So I'm getting used to it.
Hopefully not for too long, yeah. So that's still being worked on. Like I said, I think after this week, then Public Works is the last to move next week. So, and then there'll be all kinds of other things that we'll have to do to get people settled in. Lots of hanging of pictures. You guys have some back in the back that we'll have to figure out where and what to put up. We don't have as much wall space in here. There's more glass than walls, so there may be fewer things that can be displayed in here. So we'll figure
Your
it out.
portraits in that hole.
So just so you know, sorry, it didn't make the cut.
It's gonna be a 18 by 18 mural self-portrait.
Get those ratings up.
It's actually going down.
That's like that on the first
That's
floor.
the first thing they see when they walk in. They gotta clean the eggs off the wall.
Moving on. Yes, moving on.
Okay, courthouse entries, all we gotta do is replace the screws, these touch up things, just Kevin over here. It's not 2 hours worth of work, 2 hour drive. That, it is what it is. They're gonna get over here and get it done. It'll be completely finished, except for the vestibule, which our carpenter's doing, and he's also helping settle people in and stuff, putting stuff up, moving things around, so. That's why that's taking a little long. That'll be finished here shortly.
Nothing new on the HVAC project, just waiting for equipment to come. Radio sites.
Radio sites, I talked with Warren yesterday, or last week, we've come to an agreement. I think everybody will be happy. I'm not gonna mention it in open session because it's actually negotiation for 1 and 2. I'll be more than happy to tell you, and I want him to be able to break it his what it is. I think everybody will be happy.
I had a conversation after your conversation.
Okay. But we came to an agreement. Okay, other issues. There's been a few Clarks have asked.
Actually, can I back up, because I got a meeting with the fire commissioner next week that I have a feeling are about the radio site, so when would you figure the construction on that radio site's gonna start? When would you figure we did it up and running, or do you have that?
No, I do. Sorry, Dan, I should have told you. We talked to the consultant, and we're saying, first quarter of 23. Reason being is getting equipment could be, an FCC license could be theory. I mean, we're gonna push to get it done sooner, but those are out of our control, especially the license.
I've heard that FCC licenses are going really quick these days.
That would be
It
good.
used to be like a year.
Yeah, it used to be long, drawn out process.
So you think it'll actually be built in 2022, or is it gonna be still putting? built
No,
in
it will
23?
be, the building and all that will be constructed, whether we get, things like the generator and all that, the building will be constructed, the road will be done. Road will be constructed come springtime. And the building will be constructed around the same period. The campus or the area will actually be done. Fencing and all that should be up. It's just will be, can it go live?
Is there gonna be a gate on the road going in there? We're building a road?
There is a gate on the road
There
there.
already is.
At the bottom, yes. Yeah, that part I can tell you, we're going through the district, but we're using, when the district bought the property, they got, Western Pacific's easement through there that comes in from the main gate, that's at 97. So we'll have that access. I don't know where the public goes in from. As far as driving, I don't think anything will be outside the people logging. So we've had requests about Clark Wave. And, you know, I know they've asked you guys to listen in or to hear that waiver. My recommendation is you don't until they actually file a permit, file an application for the project, because we haven't done that. Margaret, Gordy, and I never done that in the past, because you start down that path, then you listen to a waiver for a road, and everybody's kind of on the same page that, well, yeah, it's a 2-lot short plat, whatever. And I'm not saying this is Clark's, I'm just giving it. And then all of a sudden it becomes a 30-lot plat. And we don't know what we waived, because once that's been waived, or a waiver's been given, or it's been heard, it's a done deal. It's not like you can pull it back in. So in the past, we've always done it, but we don't have a actual waiver process. That'll be part of the standards. What we've done in the past is we give it to Mochi's group, and they bring it in, and then we provide testimony. Now, we've done waivers, we've talked about waivers. We've had one for Oak Street in Houston. We've also, there's been some that we've done, but we've always had a project. So
Right, they're tied to a specific
Right,
project.
but I guess I'm just trying to think of saving staff time. If the waiver on any project is gonna be a no, that would save everybody a bunch of time. If it's gonna be a maybe, then the process you're talking about works.
In this case, we've already given comments as a no. And so,
If they wanna continue, go through the process and hear it at the end.
yeah, we've already told them what the standards are, what they have to do.
Yeah.
It's the current situation, it's not physically possible to do what the standards say.
Just to meet the road standards, not the easement standards,
Yeah, just the road standards.
just the road standards.
Yeah.
You're looking through that gap, you're like, you're not gonna get 20 foot
Not
of it.
enough, right, yeah, not enough room. And that's what's kind of driving this whole thing, whether there's a permit application or not.
Let me look at both pieces. So. Okay, yeah, good answer, because I was gonna ask that today.
So I guess,
Email from each side, and I haven't answered each one of them. And it's, you know, we'll address that when the permit is applied for. Process.
okay, if that's the board's, then we will tell the applicant that it will, so that you guys aren't stuck in the middle of this. We'll tell the applicant that they'll have to provide a full application for a project, for a project before the waiver.
But you're gonna but you've already let them know that it doesn't.
Yes,
So if they want to spend the money and the time to go through all those hoops, stuff, for a waiver,
They can't.
that's their choice.
I don't want to get too far into what the
No, no,
project is, because that's a no.
Okay. Next option or idea on the list is Garrison Road. So there was a request to remove the stop restriction. And there's also a request to look at and evaluate the speed limit to see if it could be reduced. So, and I think it has more, from what I understand, I haven't talked to the applicant yet, but it has more to do with when they're moving cattle, not when they're just throughout the year having cattle wander across the road.
Would you like me to give a little mini update?
What's that?
Would you like me to give a little mini
Yeah,
update?
yeah, please. Yes.
They're concerned about the increased population above them. And there's more and more houses being constructed. People are going very fast. And like Gordy said, it's not about cows getting out, but it's when they're moving cattle. And they've had people bump their horses, the people are driving extremely fast. So they wanted to remove down to that state highway.
Yeah.
Just along the road, along Garrison, and then lower the speed limit.
Well, I think part of it is those cows drive themselves home a lot of the time.
So I guess, so when we start looking at the speeds and looking at it a little closer, it's kind of if you remember what the condition of the road is, it's curvy and it's hilly, and you can't maybe always see past some of those vertical curves, especially at night, and especially if there might be a black cow out there on a dark night. So I guess we have some concerns. We looked at when the speed data came back, I'm like, oh, this is not good, because probably we're kind of hovering around the 85th percentile, which is how we set speed limits, is about 49 if I average all the counters and the speeds that we collected. So really you could maybe get 45, but people are probably going to continue to travel closer to 50. So we have that issue. So if we remove the stock restrictions and then allow cows to actually be out there, I don't know if that's really a great thing for the rest of the people that have to drive through there throughout the year. And maybe it makes more sense for us to look at some things that might help when they actually move cows on a seasonal basis. And I know we provided signs to one of the deputies when they're doing that, so I don't know if they're using them, and I don't know if they have, some kind of follow vehicle. I don't know how they're actively moving it and providing safety. So we might look at those things first. It probably makes more sense than trying to change all this other stuff that
I really think a lot of it has to do with cows bringing themselves home. So, same houses that have random cows in their front yard.
Yeah.
For 2 weeks. And that happens. I mean, it happens right next door to me. That's part of farm life. But I think that's the thing, is the random one black cow, not a cattle drive, but one black cow. I think that's what's driving this decision.
because we can't change people's behavior for the speed without having a deputy out there all the time. It just won't happen. And that's what worries me more, is we do this and then we kind of take ownership then of that change.
Yeah, I would like to really kind of understand what's the problem that we're trying to fix, because it sounds like there's some difference as far as the tools we have to work with are pretty limited. And with my refreshed understanding of potential liability of roads, I think we have to be careful as far as trying. It seems easy to do stuff.
I want to help them, remove their liability, but I don't know.
If you would like, I will scan their petition and send it to each of you. Normally, you would not see this until the public hearing was underway.
It would be helpful.
Mostly it's safety when they're moving their house, is what I was told by.
Is that in the petition? Is that in
Yes.
Because that would be a different fix than just the cows drifting back.
Right, I
Just
just,
on the road.
I guess I know what they wrote in the petition, but I think they also know.
Do we have any other stock restricted areas? That are like that? Where you have it just down a road? Because isn't the stock restricted areas like usually big, large blocks?
Yes.
And so you would be going away from what our history is. It's over an entire block, and now you're trying to cut out a road, which
Yes.
usually roads are the places where you want to stock restricted.
So maybe a suggestion might be, before we move too much further, is to sit down with the cattlemen and talk about what, if we're really trying to solve, then maybe there are other tools that we can.
How much at Garrison, are you looking at? Because it looks like, the majority of Garrison is not restricted. Garrison that is restricted is.
Yeah, it's from the state highway up to Thompson. Thompson is where most of the traffic comes off. Yeah, there are lots of short flats out there that line all that
Yeah,
land up.
I don't know, in my mind, I'm thinking the typical fold-out barricade sign with a flashing red light on it that says cattle in the road. To accomplish your issues for 2 weeks a year, that they have this problem.
Right. Yeah, there might be a better solution. I think we need to talk to them, make
Yeah,
sure
talk
we
to them.
understand the problem. And then,
Yeah, make sure you understand exactly the problem.
Yes.
Because I think it's liability, but
Would you like a meeting just with Public Works and the applicants or the whole
We
board?
can sit there.
It is a lot.
We can start.
yeah, it's probably best that they, yeah. I don't know that it needs to be a public meeting.
Give you all of their information.
Yeah, definitely. I want to help. I just want to make sure.
okay, we also have a request we have Frank Collins who retired this fall. And Dan Better is retiring at the end of the year here at Goldendale, so it's Bickleton and Goldendale. We'd like to refill those maintenance techs.
Position one would be temporary.
Yeah.
And that way we get a feel for the people. Olddale one would be permanent.
Yeah, with the idea like we've done in the past, we brought people on temporary, see how it works through the winter, and then if it goes well, then
And we
Offer
hire.
them
Yeah,
permanent
yeah.
position,
Right.
stuff like that,
Yeah,
trial period. So
exactly.
why would you do that with one but not the other?
Well, the one if they go into an unusual circumstance.
And we don't typically get a lot of applicants for that area,
Right.
where in this area we
Do.
Thank you. And then, I sent the RFP for the financial
Yeah.
system, and I don't know if you had a chance to look at it. I'm gonna put together the whole package, so everything will be ready to advertise. If,
I have not, I just looked at the little change that, I'm sure it's fine, but I will respond before the end of the day,
okay,
as far as if I have, I'm sure it's fine. If I can
yeah, yeah, with the people, I can send it. to
Yeah, they were,
whoever
like,
it's-
I was gonna forward.
Yeah, I went to Greg, Brenda, and Dave. Forwarded to you guys too.
Oh, yeah, once you have the final copy.
I think we're there, but. So we'll get that out while I'm gone. Hopefully it'll be ready for next Tuesday, so we can advertise on Wednesday. And then I just have a question on your table, the old table in the old chamber. If there's a need of somebody in the building for a large table like that, are you okay with regifting it to somebody to use?
Yeah, and the presenter table.
Yeah, the old presenter table, sorry.
Does, WSU extension need it?
They could use it temporarily. There'll be one, there's one on order, but it would work while they're waiting. Yeah.
Scrape all the gum from underneath.
How much gum did you buy?
Okay, thank you. That's all I have on our list.
Anything for them? Nope,
Thank
we're
you.
good, thank you. Enjoy your time off, go back recharged.
All right, I will.
Just a quick reminder about if you think tables across from the lawn, just keep it fresh in your head.
Okay.
That presenter table. Extra coat of polyurethane on it.
It's gonna have to be something heavy so it's stolen.
Yeah, that's
Shade it down.
Ready to go. All right, thank you. Yeah, concrete.
See you later.
See you later.
Thanks, guys.
Got a monitor.
are you guys this morning? Rise and
I
leave?
was gonna say it's a beautiful day.
Except we don't get to see it because of the angle.
You don't wanna look out there.
Big day.
You don't sit there.
Okay.
Now I have to go look.
Yeah. What did I know?
I tried to take hers. Oh, no, no fighting. No quibbling, it's not that important. Okay, so we've been busy, as usual. We'll get the general election certified. Can I just go like this or not? No,
Yeah, go ahead.
because otherwise you're not gonna hear. Because
Speak up.
I've been on the other end and you can't hear, we're the dark.
There's a mic there.
Huh?
Hold the mic if you want.
I just can't understand the bumbling.
That's, yeah,
I feel
so.
that every third word.
Okay, so we've got the general election certified, 47.71% voter turnout. We are going to have an election in February with Centerville and Klickitat at least. The deadline is this coming Friday at 5. Hoping I need to talk with Public Works about when they're going to get our ballot boxes relocated. It'd be nice if Centerville, since they're going to have something in the ballot, would have the ballot box up by, the third week of January. So they've been kind of waiting on contractors because they're going to put the one out here with new one. And relocate it. And I gave you some information regarding districting. It looks like we're close enough margins that we're not going to have to make any changes to the districts. It has to be less than 10%, and District 1 comes to 5, and then 2 and 3 are 3% apart. So, so it's not, it's doable. I gave you some numbers there, and like,
Can you explain some of the time frames
yeah.
associated?
I'm going down here to a paper that I can. Because if I don't, I make a mistake. So on RCW 29A 76010, during to the extent feasible, number E, and then number 5, during the adoption of plan, the county shall ensure that full has jurisdictions over the full and reasonable public notice of action of its actions is provided. And before adopting the plan, you must publish a draft plan, hold a meeting, including the notice and comment within 10 days of publishing the draft plan, and at least 1 week before adoption of the plan. B is amend the draft as necessary after receiving the public comments, and resubmit amended draft for comment. And then any registered voter in the area that's affected may request review of the adopted local plan by Superior Court if it's on. So if we would make changes at this point, and you'd have someone challenge, I'm not sure if you have enough days between now and the end of the year. And part of this lateness was we received everything late from the district commission as well. So I am suggesting, this is the board's plan, that we leave everything as status quo at this time for the census districting. If you would like my office, if that is what you decided, you would like my office to come up with the draft plan, we will work on that. It's just. Or if you would rather draw your own up, that's fine. So.
Okay. And this is only specific to commissioner districts in the county.
That's right.
This is So based on the census information, the standard is we have to be under less than 10%
Yes,
variance between the districts. So we try to get them as close as balanced as
0 is ideal,
ideal.
but, yeah. Yeah, and so the difference is, 5, 3, and 3 in between the 3. And we're under 10% on all of those.
Are we, where were we at last time?
We had to make major changes. We took part of Trout Lake and some other changes, and yeah, we were.
Was it with it outside?
Yeah.
Hang
I-
on,
I was
I
wondering
think
myself.
I have last year's other operations folders. So, just saying,
Yeah, I think it would be nice to get them more even. But on a year where the census was late, how we come up with that answer and do all that and challenges and everything by the end of this month, I don't think it's possible.
it can, there's about 500 vote difference, I think it is.
Yeah.
Randy did it, I think he did it.
Citizen, not vote, because these are
I
citizens,
did,
not
I'm
residents.
sorry, I'm still stuck in
They
voter
should be
citizen.
about
Yes.
400
No, it's
farther to the left.
Yeah.
citizens, yes. So between 8,000 and 1, the ideal amount, if you split it, so there was 0 difference, is 7,578.
That is so, that's citizen, so you look.
Yes,
You look at off of your difference, and there's. I don't think that's pretty high.
well, that's what we were thinking, and yes, we could work on it to try to get it down to 0 or even a 1%, but, looking at our calendar, I don't see how that's feasible.
With the late census, I don't see how.
Also, it doesn't really matter because everybody gets to vote for all 3 commissioners.
Yes, that's true, but we need to be compliant with the law.
Oh,
At this point,
We are.
leaving it at status quo, we are. So, anyway,
That would be my recommendation.
It's 430.
yeah, I was guessing at 500. I know Randy had the exact number. I did drop some things out of my holster over here because she was.
But even from the lowest to the highest, you're still within your 10%.
Yep.
Yeah, it's 5%.
Mhm.
But if you do the percentage difference between the lowest and the highest, if you interpret it a different way, it's still within 10%.
Yeah, easily.
It's
Pretty close.
So.
Yeah, I mean, that would be my, with the shortened calendar because of the lateness of getting the data. Seems like the most prudent thing to do is to just leave the districts as they are. They meet the standard.
So-
With the election the way it is, we're gonna be accused of gerrymandering, so it's not gonna get done in 3 weeks. We try to do it in 3 weeks.
No, and as soon as you have someone challenge you with the changes and you have no minutes to, not even counting days, you have no minutes or hours.
To
to
justify how
it.
to even arrive at that.
Yeah,
Yep, we saw what the statement through those things.
okay. All right, so the other question is, does your office want to come up with a draft, or would you like my office to present a draft for your consideration?
In my time here, it's always been the auditor's office that's done it. I did talk with Skamania County to see where they were. Their auditor returned my call and they're doing theirs. I have no problem working on it as long as I get the experts' help.
Well, we'll be happy to do it. I just didn't want to, overreach my bounds here
No.
because it is the commissioner's plan.
Right.
So that's why I'm asking.
No, I mean, I would say if you're willing to, as you have in the past.
Yeah, we will.
You're
That's fine.
the expert in the topic.
Okay, we will come up with something.
Ultimately, it will be our name on it.
Yes, and that was the reason I asked which way you wanted to go.
As it, make it up, turn it into her, she'll, she will sign.
I took Brenda's, the last plan that your office did and scanned it and used the same property descriptions and everything in the maps. So I've got a
Nothing
document
is changing.
story.
Nothing is
That's- yeah. Yeah, we just have to have the written piece of it to go with it.
right?
Yeah.
No, it's in the RCW, it says it has to be published. And I don't find anything in my old file whether the whole plan was published.
You don't print the whole plan in the paper, in
Well-
public notices.
Yeah, so I
It's
don't,
gonna publish it on our website.
well, and would you be, you know, this would be a legal question for you to deal with, you know, could you publish a notice that saying the plan is available upon request or on our website?
That was in my meeting announcements.
Yeah.
We have a meeting scheduled for, which will be scheduled later today, the 21st, with a public hearing on the 28th. And it does refer to the full, either call, email, or go online to get a copy of the plan.
Okay.
I will post it on the website.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you very
All right,
much.
so we'll get busy with that. We do have a few precincts that are reaching the limit of the 1,500 max registered voters, you know, talking voters, not population. And that can be done through my office with, you know, the approval of the board at any time. I would like to see that get done this next year, not effective till after the general, but at least have it in place to go. Because one of them's at 14, one precinct's 1,400 registered. You know, I know that one is going down to, one is, Pine Forest. No, it's getting up there. It's getting up to that number. It's over 1,000. And I believe it's Pine Forest, and then White Salmon is also getting close. So there might be more, but those were on quick blush. That's what, you know, we had, and I failed to bring the exact numbers.
Yeah, I figured it'd be Pine Forest.
I think it's Pine Forest is close to 1,400, but I can't guarantee that without looking at the numbers. And I failed to bring those today, but that is something that my office will be looking at. So,
So do you create the new, you split them,
yeah, we'll have to divide them
or
and
you add them to other?
for the statute, and, you know, it's, you can do north or south, you can rename it to something else, east and west, whatever. I mean, you're free to name it what you want,
Like
but
we
you
used to
have to
be West
have,
Lyle,
West Lyle became part of Lyle.
Lyle,
and they-
right.
Yeah,
You went the other direction.
right, and, so there's parameters to do that, of course, outlined in statute. So,
With the growth rate, do you know how long it should be before it does hit the 1,500? Because I mean, if there's some precincts that aren't growing, or they're full, like you think of White Salmon, it may not get there because no lots left to build them.
yeah. So, for White Salmon, there's Root Valley, North Root Valley, it's been divided. That precinct's already been divided, so it might not be White Salmon, it might be North Root Valley. That's what I'm saying, it's in the White Salmon. I should say White Salmon area. Yeah, so, yeah, I know there's. Any other questions on elections? Okay. So finance, we're hoping to have the audit finalized by December 20th. Pretty much the first part of that paragraph is exactly the same as last time I was here. I added a sentence on it. So. That's what that says. Steering committee, Gordy mentioned that he's presented the draft RFP. We're hoping to get that presented to the board this month. Hopefully this morning. And it. Want a copy of it, so you can copy to the board, or is Gordy going to?
Corey's gonna send it.
He's gonna send them, okay, all right. Looks good to me. I had one question for him, but I think it's the answer there, so. Any other questions on finance? No. Licensing, there's nothing new. We've been, they're auditing this, and so it's, you know, everything's online, so, you know, through the email, whatever. So Heather's been working with that, providing the records. We have no idea when for sure the date that they're gonna finish. It's been the same. Yeah, so that's nothing new, but I don't know that I mentioned that prior, big prayer updates. And recording, nothing new other than I have a recorder that has to take time, use it or lose it. Heather's a rock star, she and Brandy and Leah have been filling in, but primarily it's been Heather doing all the recording. She's doing a great job. So I somehow escaped it. I'm sure my turn is coming. It's coming, but anyway. Any questions on those two areas? Okay. Veterans, Bill continues to serve the vets and is doing a fine job of it. And so I think he's planning, I don't know, he mentioned that he might retire June 2023. So that's a year and a half. He might.
Okay,
Yeah, nothing for, but at least I'm gonna throw it out.
okay.
Okay, so that won't be surprised if my successor comes and says, hey, I need a supplemental budget because I need somebody to train. So, okay. And the Department of Veterans Affairs Federal Office has sent an email out that Bill forwarded to me. I copied it and sent it to you. They're having problems with their printer services and mailing services, and it was already had some clients that come in and said, hey, I've got this letter, and they said I was supposed to respond by, like November 1st, and they got it December. So this basically is saying that they're not going to penalize people. He's had some challenges trying to fight for these individuals to get them rescheduled and such. So hopefully this will alleviate some of that. Any other questions? Okay. All right. Yeah, good. Easy. This is camera.
Nope. Easier the better. Yeah, easier the better.
Yeah. Okay.
From here in 10 years, whoever replaces you will have to educate, because we'll only have educated on the
Every 10 years, Brandy and I both went to the training 10 years ago and this year, and a lot of the counties are outsourcing their redistricting so that the plan can be developed by someone who's, doesn't have a dog in the fight. And also because it's so huge, it's daunting, and their staff is just taxed, COVID and stuff.
Got the short time.
Right, and, I thought about doing that, and by the time I really thought it through, it was too late to worry about it, so we're in the throes of, we didn't have a lot of minutes to, think about it either.
Well, and to move maybe 300 people.
Right.
Where the amount of money we
Yep.
would spend on that is
Yep,
ridiculous.
but I am saying in 10 years, I think
It
it
will
would
be
be
necessary.
feasible to have a contractor do this and divide it and have it come out as close to zero as possible. The contractor that was, that they had for the training, said that their goal was zero, but they liked it to be, 2%, but realistically it was 5%.
See, I can see if you're redistricting, if you see a trend in growth, where it's 5% more now, when you're done, make it 2% less. That way you have 5 years of growth, and now you're
Right,
less chance of having to redistrict every 10 years.
well, you
Planning
have,
for that growth.
you have to, the redistricting is mandatory.
Right, I'm just saying if you, where they're 5% off now, if you go -2, if you shift them. Now they have money for growth without having to change again.
Yeah, well, that's something for the next auditor and board to deal with.
Right, for the next commissioners.
Okay. Now
All right.
we're back to it.
All right. Thank you, ma'am.
Yep, see you later.
Ms. Bartley, did you? Yeah, I would let folks know that are on the Zoom that the next scheduled department update from Solid Waste Director Ruby Irving has been rescheduled, and so that will not be taking place today. So that concludes our scheduled morning agenda items. So if there's
Was there consensus from the board? I'm just trying to clear my thought process. To have a contract worked up between Public Works and county for landfill dollars to start. I don't want to necessarily have this conversation in October, that's something I want to do, but I want to get in front of it. Same deal that I would get this year, and at least qualify this year.
All we're gonna be doing is saying landfills paying the building and then they're paying rent on that per year.
Which is also being reflected. So that hopefully years down the road.
there are existing buildings to get it out of, right, so that we can dispose of it or do whatever.
Or if there's consensus, I would like to
Start working.
start working. I didn't want to bring it up this time, but
Yeah, I mean, I think we discussed it. So I'd have to see the numbers, but it makes sense as far as if you're purposing those dollars from the landfill that are going to the road fund to pay the, that you're basically trading those dollars to buy out the road fund's interest, which is 100% in Annex 5,
it helps justify.
5, 5. I think it's Annex 5.
It just kind of helps justify the expense of those. Maybe that's another one.
Well, I'm definitely supportive of having them start working on it, because they may come with a recommendation. We don't like it. We don't want to do it. Right, exactly. And but I don't think we can have the discussion until we say, this is something we're considering doing.
Right.
What would that look like, and what's the number? Like, I don't know what the, fair rent is on their space as a percentage of the, I mean, that's how I would think of it, is that you look at the square footage of the building and the, whatever that
12%
is, this much. Because you're gonna have to be able to justify the use of.
Right, I would say whatever their office space is, it's 12% of the overall square footage. Then it's 12% of your payment kind of thing. But no, let's
Build your rent up. You build your rent up, it would be 75 cents a square foot per square foot that's up there, and because that has to be a market, so it's not a portion of your purchase price, because then they're not gonna own a portion of the building anymore. Right?
It has to be based on the market.
Based on the market, which is around 75 cents a square foot.
Yeah, I think we can do the analysis.
they're not losing any money, it's just.
Right.
So, all right, I'll
And give Public Works a heads up.
yeah.
Just to note that Gordy's going on
Right,
vacation.
he is on vacation.
Yeah, I'm not in,
We're just starting the
right,
conversation.
I'm not in a dire hurry, I just. I kind of expected it to be done in this process. Yeah, it's not much, big chunk. Just the way I look at it now, it's like,
No,
Not a shift in any way.
No.
Saying it was never a thought about discussion.
well, and the road fund does have to be paid.
That's what we're doing is giving them company notice here. Whatever.
Anything else?
I have a board pending type issue.
Okay.
I did forward this email to each of you. It's from the clerk. It's about a request for dollars.
Oh, yeah.
Now. Yeah, because right now. Apparently, we're just, we understand it. So if you have a 7,000 page document from court, you can't give them the document. You file, you have to print it. And hand it to them, and then they scan all 7,000 pages.
Out in electronic form.
And that's just insane to me. If it's electronic, it should be just accept what's there electronically.
What, I didn't bring my budget book again, no, we did not include that, I don't think so. What did it?
But I would imagine the sheriff vehicles and the brass casings and stuff like that. We're scared to go back above the work.
If there were purchased out of the road fund. Anything that's a general fund, it's budgeted department, it's all the same. So I don't,
I'm not aware of
I would ask her to come back in if you would like to.
could you maybe reach out if Renee's available today, even if we're relative to us?
I don't remember there being any grant funds. I believe this was an ARPA funds request.
It was.
Given a couple times that you guys asked her to get some more information, but I don't remember that.
Because I asked her about IT, and IT came back and said it was fine.
Yeah, that was the update, that there wasn't any problem with integrating it into our system, it's just the dollar.
That was just $35,000 a year. A year after that.
But I do think she gets to charge, do remember there was revenue associated with it, but she was not comfortable saying that the revenue would be neutral to the $7,500 annual maintenance. Because you can. That's what I want to say, that sounds right. So maybe
It
next
says
meeting.
the projected revenues for the first year will be 47.
Oh, there you go. I didn't read down that far. I do too. I think those are. I'm less concerned about the annual maintenance because I think we're close to covering that. It's just, is it worth, do we want to make a $35,000 capital investment in software?
And that's me, I guess I'd say I don't know enough about it to say whether it's a valid investment or not. I don't know that I would ever justify that. Because I don't know about her job. But I guess if I'm pushing for efficiencies, productivities, if you're scanning 7,000 pages, then that's not efficient. Whatever, yeah, that's just.
Oh, that was the under.
Yeah.
I want to say 20,000.
So how much time are we wasting?
And then they're gonna scan, even though they have it in PDF.
Yeah.
It's print and then rescan.
Instead of giving you the file, we'll print it all. give it to you. You'll
What's
see
our
it.
thing for
Yeah.
next week?
Next week.
Like, she was in a hurry, I don't know when your deadline was. But if you can try this out.
Yeah, she can go over this afternoon.
How about under board pending?
Yeah. Yeah.
Or, say there was like a half an hour.
I know, there's, we don't.
Expecting a big long conversation.
One update I can give, I went to with Seth. The Southwest Regional Care Authority meeting about money that we're spending to try to get mental health and closer to the community. They sent it to the state hospital. They're looking at building a really large kind of to incorporate he said would go that direction. Just put it, I think it was $55, 47 cents. I worked it out to per bed was like $1.5 million over the course of a 30-year expense. It's about $50,000 per bed for one bed or facility. So then the reason that it kicked into my mind was when I just said the rent on that whole space up there would be about the same as one bed.
We should put that.
But you know, and I tried to bring that up because it was beautiful, glass like this everywhere, and I was like, wow, it reminds me of, kind of what we're building. But the first thing, everybody gets all this glass, and they shut all this. First day they get it, the glasses are there looking outside. I don't know, I just, for 47 beds for 55. Yeah, that's pretty good. Yeah, it was a hard pill for me to swallow,
Well, the crazy thing is, again, part of my fun, is the low number of beds that you do forward to weeks when you're still on that. It's just not a decent enough number to meet the demand that's out there, so it's, you're not gonna, I love the idea you're starting to get it.
Beautiful place to work, but I was just, it was
You could fill 47 beds.
yeah, there's gonna be one here, one in like Tom Water, one in North Scotland, 3 of them on the
150 beds, you might get 150 beds is better than that.
well, but they're also then gonna take, I think, Eastern Regional Hospital, that has 800 beds or something, and turn that into research lab or something. Well, yeah, I was like, so are we actually creating more beds? It seems like we're losing.
Yeah.
Anything else? I don't really have any quiet last week as far as committees, nothing. I don't. Did you do this family foundation? I did not. No, I was invited, but I said no.
How did the senior advisory?
Oh, I did have that. I guess it's like I know I did something. They had something every day. Went really well, quite lengthy. I did, I updated on the budget. They again I did thank the advisory board for their, I guess, adult approach to budgeting for senior services and county resources. And they, there was no buyer's remorse as far as they were not. They saw it. We did get an update. Sharon was not there. She wasn't able. Norma filled in. We did get an update on the transition of the ones that are moving off the home health care, and that's actually going pretty well. As far as, so I felt much better after that. There's about 2. There's one because the vast majority of the folks, and almost all of the ones providing the service are transitioning to become providers. So they're the folks that have the in-care folks, they'll still have the same people. They're just working for somebody else instead of the team. So that was good news. We did have a couple, they have one program, and I believe it was only one person that was not eligible.
Yeah,
And
there's
so-
one private thing.
Yeah, that they don't know what's gonna happen with that, but so they're kind of working through that, but it was mostly good news where it's the transitions going well. I felt much more comfortable with that. Had good turnout as far as the full board was there in White Salmon in person. So I have to say we've done a good job as far as getting those appointments filled, people that are active and participating. I got, put through my paces as well. We got lots of questions about
From one or two.
for one or two of them. And so it was I gave about a 2-hour briefing with them.
Oh, my goodness.
Yeah, so, but I did get, brought huckleberry jello dessert, or they said, stick around to the end, so I did, so. So that was on Friday. I think it's really the only committee I had last week.
I had Southwest Washington for snow. It's just it's exciting. There's a childcare summit on the other side of the river, about 2 hours. And then from the Dale Red Solution. So.
Also did have a McKed loan committee meeting, that's what I had this morning, which that actually got tabled as far as the folks. They did adjust our revolving loan fund to incorporate the new non-scenic area funds. So that will be coming out. They're still drafting that. I think those funds that program should be eligible in January. So if we have, it's just another program because we already have.
Lumped in with the dollars, or is it?
No, it's separately, I think it's separate programming because it's so they can track them separately. And then they said after 3 years, we can apply to have them defederalized. And so then the funds, we've done that with some other stuff, that after the program runs its course, then a bunch of the restrictions come off of it, and you have local discretion over how it's used. And so they said they had set a 3-year, it's like 3 years you can apply, and then it's 1 more year to monitor, so 4 years out. The downside of that is when it gets those conditions are off of it, they could actually go back to where it's not eligible in that county. So because the USDA would be out of it's their stuff that's saying they could. So I don't necessarily see that as a positive necessarily, but I'm hoping after 4 years, it's like, really, you want to fight it out that now? Memories are long, right? We get so few wins. That's true. This will be just.
So but for the loan fund that you've been serving for, this is the only dollars that Klickitat County residents are, right?
No, we have anything that was, I think there's 4 or 5 other programs. We actually have pretty good use of it. There's a pretty substantial portfolio in Klickitat County of funds. This would have just been one that they weren't.
How many total dollars?
I want to say, don't quote me, but I want to say there's about $2.5 million in play revolving. I'm really surprised at who, like I've sat, who has them and utilizes them.
Is it
That,
pretty
like,
well
you-
split over the county?
It is, as far as it's around, although there's quite a few in the Gold Belt. I was surprised there was more utilization in the Goldendale region than I was aware of. until I got on the board and started seeing the reports. And we approved some here. Yeah, I can get you I mean, it's public, I'll get you the list of what's funded and how they're performing. And the good news is even through COVID, the performance has been good as far as people have made their payments. There's nobody in arrears. They've had some problem children before, not in Klickitat County. And no, actually across the river. That everything's been fixed as far as, but because I was always under the assumption that these are higher risk, they are. Because the only people that are eligible are folks that have been turned down by conventional financing. Because you're not competing, you're paying a month, that's to me, it's like.
But a lot of them, it doesn't matter what they make, it's like it was me with Michigan. Banks would call it a hobby business, no matter what, you're paying for 20 years on your taxes, you're a hobby business. Paying a month. Show your savings account. So you're risky just because of the type of business.
And we are, one of the changes that we should, that it'll go to the full board, this was just executive and loan committee. Next week is a micro loan program that there is no differentiation as far as if you are doing some small, I think the threshold is 25,000 and less. It would be a completely different, it's like, because we don't differentiate. And you have to do the full blown thing for $10,000. And the bankers that are serving on there, it's like, no, this is ridiculous. Here's if it's under this threshold, if your credit rating, and then, so we have different tiers. If your credit rating is over this, which is good to know, they don't even look at anything. It's like, oh, good to know. That's good. My number's higher than that. So that's good. I learned something on there. But so there's different tiers depending on the amount, but like 25,000 and less for these micro loans, it's minimal.
You just still have to put up some sort of collateral on those.
There is, generally they are fully collateralized. The board can waive that or like make it less because some of it, we don't even, it's more than 100% collateral. It's a higher because if you're using different things like equipment is considered, that's a little harder to move. And so you don't get 100%. So it's like you have to put up, if the equipment is worth, 50,000, you can actually, that can only be counted as collateral because it's not liquid, it's a little tough.
You gotta basically
Get it, and then what if it's specialized? So it's surprising the level of it's still not super easy. That you're always going to be, if you have a relationship with a bank, that's where you're going to want to go. It really is. It's obviously serving a niche because it is being used like we've done in the last 3 months. Another someone expanding their well drilling operation, adding a second drill rig. I'm like, yes, I'm all for that. We need those, people expanding their business where they, they're adding a couple staff people, maybe more of their businesses. And then, lots of good stuff going on, but I just often wonder who are these people that's their the avenue they're taking rather than conventional. But I know well drilling. I know. So I was kind of curious why would
They might call it seasonal. So
well, sometimes I think they have built
finance
that they've had a relationship because we had done work with them in the past. And so they just keep, got them going and they've got all this experience, a tow, like wrecker tow truck where they added a second vehicle. And so, it was 1 FTE or 2, I think, but it's still, it's working. we're helping people build businesses one job at a time, so. Okay, that's all I had.
Oh, so you mentioned your buildings.
Oh, good, well, that's still, wow, smoking deal. Who bought this?
It's street names.
Somebody.
Unless it's gonna end up on, some parcel of land.
Yeah,
No,
no, you can't buy it, somebody near you. No, that's not what I was, I'll let you.
Costing us $200,000.
yeah, that's the thing, you're gonna have to build a foundation.
No, that's good, we're net.
Oh, yeah.
Oh.
Mr. Chairman, I'd make a motion, we recess till 1 o'clock.
I would second motion.
Okay, I have a motion and a second to recess until 1 o'clock for a regularly scheduled meeting. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye, motion passed. We are recessed. And it is 1 o'clock. I will call the meeting to order. Let the record show all three commissioners are present. We will start first with our pledge of allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic which stands one nation under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Mr. Chairman, I make a motion to approve the business agenda with one add-on, new business resolutions in the matter of scheduling a public meeting for December 21st, and a public hearing for December 28th. To consider revisions to the Klickitat County redistricting plan.
We have a motion and a second to adopt the business agenda with the one add-on. Any discussion? Hearing none, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye, motion passes.
Mr. Chairman, I make a motion to approve the commissioners' meeting minutes for November 23rd, 2021 as presented.
We have a motion and a second on the November 23rd meeting minutes. Any discussion on those? Hearing none, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye, motion passes. That brings us to citizen comment. This is an opportunity for citizens to address the Board of Commissioners on topics that are not on the agenda later, as far as public hearings or public meetings. Please limit your comments to 3 minutes. We do have folks online as well, but we'll go back and forth. So I will start in the room first if there's somebody. Yes, sir.
This is Commissioner Christopher. I would like to point out for the people in the room, we are having mic issues. We have new mics on order, but speak up if you're going to have a comment in the room so everybody online can hear.
Please come forward to the people have a better opportunity to hear. Anybody in the room at this point that wants to make public comment? No. Okay, I'm going to go on Zoom. So either raise your hand, unmute yourself, start Zoom. Oh, look at that. Would you look at that? That's like a new record.
Oh, it'll start.
Oh, it'll start. Nobody wants to go through.
Sherry's first.
Okay, Sherry, go ahead.
Yeah, I'll go first. I was able to listen to the public comment from last week and how people are saying, including the commissioners, how Cease and myself are spreading untrue information to the public regarding perhaps under canvas, what we're going through with under canvas against our own county and its use of a conditional use permit process in order to put under canvas in place, approving a SEPA environmental checklist with 43 mitigated conditions. We are going against our county, we being the people with the under canvas. We are using our own dollars to fight our own county. Our county is using our taxpayers' money to fight its own taxpayers. there is proof of this. As you can tell, I'm a little upset because I believe the commissioners have not been truthful to your citizens. You've denied knowing about Carriger Solar Project. Will each one of you on public record right now answer, do you know anything about a solar project from Cypress Creek that will need a conditional use permit off Night Road called Carringer? Mr. Anderson, do you know anything about this project? Silence is everything. Mr. Sauter, do you know anything about the Carringer Solar Project proposed for a conditional use permit off Night Road? Do you know anything about this project?
Ms. Bosque, this is your opportunity to comment to the Board of Commissioners.
Okay,
It is
Mr.
not
Okay,
an
I'll use my 3
opportunity
minutes.
for a back and forth
Mr.
conversation.
Commissioner Christopher, you have recused yourself. On what RCW have you recused yourself to discuss specifically Carriger Solar Project? Do you know anything about the Carriger Solar Project? And on what RCW, what law are you recusing yourself from any discussions of this project that you know nothing about or you claim? Do you know about this Carriger project?
I would again say this is citizen comment, time for you to talk to the board if you would like
Okay,
to
so
schedule a meeting.
when the citizens find out that our commissioners have been hiding this from us, and you will use the same process to put a conditional use permit against the people and our voices for a public hearing and the Board of Adjustment, when you subvert that process and our citizens of Klickitat County see that you have been hiding this and doing this behind our backs, then I would like these women to tell us that the citizens have been lying to them. You tell us who has been being truthful. The citizens have done nothing but try to alarm our county on the solar impact that is coming for us. It's coming for Goldendale. And our commissioners are laying out the red carpet for this solar project. And I'm very upset that the commissioners continue to say that we are lying when we bring facts to the table. We bring absolute facts. And look into your Avangrid for
Ms. Bosque, your time has elapsed. Thank you for your comments. We're still in citizen comment. I will come back to the room since that was online. Is there anybody in the room? Go ahead. Come all the way forward, please.
Forward, okay.
We can get you on the mic.
We can get you on the mic. Please try to talk loudly for folks on
It's right above
line.
Do I need to hold it or?
No, just talk
Oh,
loud.
okay.
people hear you.
Just Lori Anderson from planning, updating you on our food drive. Very exciting that the county employees are participating. We have drop boxes, not just in Goldendale, at the courthouse and the new county services building, but also at the road shop. We have them at the Pioneer Center in White Salmon and at the county public works road shop there, as well as in Glenwood and Bickleton. So we're hoping the county employees will donate lots of food and different supplies for the food banks. And this is our holiday thing to do. And it's very exciting that we have boxes all over. So just wanted to
Is
tell you.
this just county employees or can regular
Well-
citizens who want to donate drop stuff off?
Certainly, anyone could come in and donate. The one here in the public, or the county services building is on the lower level inside the main front door. If you walk forward, you probably will see the basket. In the courthouse, we had a bit of a challenge figuring out where to put it. So right now it's in the mail room. The Pioneer Center, the health department put one out, and I believe their box is on the main, you walk in the main front doors, the Pioneer Center, I believe they're right there in that kind of lobby area. And the road departments are a little harder, or, the public doesn't typically go there, but they are, I'm sure if somebody came by with some food to donate, the employees would definitely get it in the boxes and we get them to the local food banks in the different communities. So, very exciting and just spreading the wealth of donating throughout the county. So
Christmas cheer.
yes, Christmas cheer. We need cheer. Thank you, and don't forget to bring your donations.
Ms. Anderson. 3376, you are, go ahead.
All righty, good afternoon, guys. This is Ken McCune in Golendale. I just wanted to thank Dan Christopher for joining in with the city council last night. And he joined us and gave some comments during public comment. The issue of the Annex 1 was what I was there for, to talk that over with him. And there was some positive receptivity to it that indicates that the city may be interested in trying to find someone to buy the building off the surplus. And if that is so, then hopefully you guys can get together and hammer out some kind of agreement in the next month or two to get it on the advertised, and see if you can get any bites by somebody with a pocket full of money. Dan, you mentioned that there's a mold problem in that building. Why is there a mold problem? Who's been taking care of it? And if there is mold, it can be treated. Do you have any ideas on that? I don't mean to put you on the spot. I'm actually trying to be positive, and I really do appreciate you joining in.
Thank you, sir. I would be happy to talk about it off of the public meeting. This is the citizens' time to comment, and I want to reserve that time for you citizens to comment.
Very good, very good. But in the meantime, I hope that the city council members that were maybe interested in talking with you come through in the next month or two, and we'll save that building. If somebody wants to do it, things can be repaired. It's just money. Money's like water. It flows from one person's pocket to the next. And it's just kind of a shame that nobody took care of that building a little bit better than it was. And, it's probably going to go to the wrecking ball. And, I don't know, anybody has dibs on some of the bricks? Boy, that's some beautiful brick. I'm sure there'll be several people wanting some of that if it comes down. And if I have my wish, it ain't going to come down. It's going to be a retail shopping center of some sort, a little school. Who knows? Whoever. But if somebody's interested in it, what they will do with it. And I hope they do. So you guys have a great one, and thanks for letting me talk to you.
Thank you, Mr. McCune. I will come back into the room and ask if there's anybody here that wishes to make public comment. Go ahead and come forward if you would, please, sir.
Warren Johnson, Lyle, Washington.
Thank you, Mr. Johnson. I appreciate you speaking loudly.
I don't ever have a problem being heard. I don't come as a member of our community council, but I just wanted to let you know that one of the things that I personally am working on for the council and for our community is reinstate a proposal to get capital funds from the state for improving the highway Route 14 through Lyle. Something that would include sidewalk, some parking, a bicycle way, and curbing and drainage, which we don't have and which has been a problem for years and years and years. We have water running into some front doors of some businesses, and the Lyle Market, which used to be the Merc, water gets trapped on the north side of Route 14 and ends up being about 6 inches deep when it freezes, and it becomes a serious problem. So anyway, we're pursuing that. I'm working with Jeff Hunter on Public Works. There was a proposal that was done about 11 years ago, and we're starting with that. And I am meeting with all of the business stakeholders in Lyle from one end of town to the other. sort of as a way to start. And then we'll pursue getting more input from the community members. But anyway, I just wanted to alert you that that was happening, and we certainly will hope that we can get your support for the project, because it really would make a huge difference to our little community. And we do have a, I'll say an aesthetic problem coming through town. So anyway, would appreciate your help. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Okay, we are still in citizen comment. I will go back online and see if there is any. Unmute yourself, raise your hand, *6 if you're on a phone. They are. Okay, back in the room. Oh,
Nobody.
okay, go ahead.
Ladies first.
You're close, right?
Go ahead.
Greg Wagner with Seeds. Last week I brought to your attention that the county planning director and other members of the county aren't charging these companies that have their $1 million projects for their cost to process their paperwork. And I want to know if you guys reviewed the zoning ordinance, the Klickitat County zoning ordinance, 5.16. I want to know also, why don't you take and consider, instead of a 3% across the board cut for your county workers, ask them to pay part of their health insurance in lieu of the 3%. And that way it'll show more income for them. So when they retire, Social Security will give them a better retirement rather than making them take a cut in their pay.
There is no.
You can make them pay part of their benefits and
See, this
give
is,
back money to the county that the 3% is.
the employees are not taking a.
Can't hear you.
The employees are not taking a pay cut, they're getting a 4% COLA increase. So correct information.
This Bartley said it was a 3% across the board cut. That you told her to take the port out of the budget.
Not to wages.
That's what the lady told me last Thursday.
Well, okay, whatever. Continue, sir.
You know, as far as this building over here, I hear him say there's a mold problem and an asbestos problem. If that's the case, and you want to tear it down, that's going to require a hazmat team to get all the mold and the asbestos out of the building. So that's going to cost the county a lot of money before they tear it down. Maybe if you sold it to somebody, the county wouldn't have to pay those fees. And the other question is, if it's that bad, why are we allowing county employees to remain in that building if we're exposing them to mold and asbestos? Did you read the articles I sent you about Avangrid and that they're getting in trouble for racketeering and price fixing in Maine and in New Mexico? And Avangrid is one of the major corporations here in our county.
I received them, yes.
Is that, I mean, you can't predict the future, but their pattern is to do that now in 2 different states. Are we going to allow them to do that in our county? They already have wind here and they're building Lund Hill with the Bluebird next. Do we want that kind of corporation in our county? That's all I have to say.
Thank you, sir. Back online, if there is anybody online wishes to provide public comment. So I'm going to go back to the room, back of the room. If you're still wishing to provide public.
Hello. So I'm Tracy Wixman. I'm a Ryle resident. And first off, I've been coming to the commissioner meetings since you got this new building. And I was wondering if there'd be a way that you could put maybe a copy or two of the agenda and the minutes that are being approved from the last meeting available for those that are actually in person at the session. Because they're not available online as far as I know.
Yes, they are.
Minutes, the minutes.
Minutes will be available once they're approved by the board.
Right, right. But if we could just see them, that'd be great. And then secondly, I have been the primary scheduler and person that did the fire prevention campaign for the Red Cross. And that's where we install smoke detectors into homes in all of Klickitat County, the River County, and Muscle County. And we had funds previously from the casino grant to include CO2 detectors. And I didn't know if there was any community monies left, but if so, would you, would it be possible to request, it's about $1,500, and that would provide for, well, we get them at discount, I think they're anyway, $1,500, and that's what we use a year for when I did through the fire.
Just as a piece of information, the Lyle Fire Department, like any government entity in Klickitat County, is eligible. They could put a grant request in for community development dollars, which there is, we do appropriate money that is typically used for public safety equipment and stuff for fire, but it could be any kind of community development. That request comes to the KCP, the Klickitat County Public Economic Development Authority. They make a recommendation that comes to the board. So that I'm not saying that it's, but there is an avenue available to request dollars, particularly in the kind of dollars that you're talking about.
Yeah, it's actually not a lot of money, but is there other resources besides the Klickitat County Fire that I could utilize?
No, I'm not saying that they're county resources, but the application has to come from a public entity.
So it's like.
So the community council can't do it, but the fire district or the school, so in Lyle, those are the two public entities that are eligible to get
The
resources.
museum wouldn't be.
It's not I don't think so.
I believe.
Anything else, I use part of your time, so I'll read
I'm
it.
sorry.
No,
Oh,
if you had something else.
So, because the Red Cross can't do it just because that's not part of their program, but it was just a very nice thing to do, and then it was, we just, we put the CO2 in. So I'm not sure where to get the grant at this point, because I don't know what public entity I could.
Get the
ask that.
sponsor,
Yeah,
you need a sponsor.
I do.
I would talk to that fellow back there. He has some experience in doing it. No, I'm looking at you, Mr. Johnson.
I'd say, or go to the fire department and have the chiefs submit a request.
Maybe Casipa could do it? Would that be a possibility?
It could be, actually where would be, maybe it's countywide. It could be, doesn't have to be one specific district, maybe. I don't know, we would have to look at it, but we have to get a request.
Okay. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Okay, we are still in public comment. I will go back online. Not seeing anybody. Once more in the room, since we've had one person that's not come. Reset my time.
So that you won't see me. I just want to talk about our banner, the pickup out there. It was bought by a concerned citizen, and we said that we would put it out in public. The picture of the town is Lynn, Washington. I don't know if you guys know where Lynn, Washington is. It's below Woodville. Okay. There's 200 acres with 81,000 panels on it. So far, Goldendale has close to 2,000 acres south of Goldendale, west and east and south of Goldendale. So if you look at that, this is what Goldendale is going to look like. And if we don't do something here pretty soon, we're not going to have a town. It's going to kill it. Okay, it's going to kill it. So I just want you to reconsider about what we're doing here, and if you can possibly think about our future, start appreciating what we're doing with our time. Because it takes a lot of time, okay?
Thank you. 0088, you're unmuted. Did you wish to provide public comment?
Yeah, I'd just like to know, do you guys, with these developers on these massive projects that they want to bring into the county, do you guys ever check to see how credible the people that you're negotiating with and the proposals that they're bringing into the county? If you're doing business with people that might not be upfront with what's going on, do you guys ever check out to see exactly who you're doing business with? And then I guess my second question is, how far along is the Carringer development moved so far? Is it proposal? Is it an application, or what process is? How far forward has that moved?
Mr. Eldred, I would be happy to have a conversation with you if you wanted to give me a call.
Well, you got a couple minutes here. Go ahead.
No, I will have I would be happy to have, now this is public commentary, which I paused your time, but I would be happy to have a conversation with you if you're interested in what information I may or may not have.
Well, why don't we just have a town hall meeting? We all have the conversation.
My concern is that would not be a conversation. That would be a media.
Yes, it would.
No.
David, you went through.
Not.
You went through 1639, and that was you. I don't know why all of a sudden you're afraid of the public, afraid of the citizens. You know, I mean, you should know the questions that they're going to be asking. You've heard them for over 9 months now. I guess I've been shut off.
No, this is your time, sir. Continue to make a comment. Go ahead. Oh. We are still in public comment. Anybody in the room doesn't, I suspect not. We'll ask. No. Okay, I will go back online if there's anybody that wishes to provide public comment. *6, if you're on a phone, unmute yourself, raise your hand. We all know how to do that. This. Okay, for anybody that may have just joined us, we are still in public comment period for the next 3 minutes. If you're online, unmute yourself, raise your hand. Yes, go ahead.
Okay. I think I would just like to say that citizen comment is a time for you to comment to the commission. It is not in history in most counties ever been used for a back and forth. There's not a county that I know of other than ours that does that back and forth because it's supposed to be a comment. And we've seen it get away from us very often in the past, and that I think is, if I'm going to be chair next year, not something that I find productive. In 3 minutes, you are not going to get the answers to the questions that you want. It's more of trying to entrap or media or stunts, whatever you want to call it. If you want to know and have questions and answers, I'm happy to meet with anybody. I'm happy to grab coffee. I'm happy to talk to you on the phone. I'm willing to do that. But when you're sitting here on a commissioner day, it's technically our meeting to do the business of the county. And sitting there giving name calling, all of the things that we have seen, that we see in email regularly, that is not productive. It is not going to get you whatever you're looking for. It's not going to get you the answer. If you truly want education and material like you did this last week, Greg, where you went and met with our, with Jen, and she gave you 2 hours of her time and information about the budget, about supplemental budgets, tried to explain to you, and I'm sure she would agree that she did not say that the citizens are taking or the employees are going to take a 3% pay cut. She would not say that. She is our budget professional. You may have misinterpreted it. You may have misunderstood what she said. She did not say that because that is not what's in the budget. It is very clear, and we have had months of meetings about the budget. And when we said it, I think in June or July, we said to our department heads and elected officials, we have structural issues with this budget. We have got to tone this down. We want to take a 3% across the board of your expenses, not of your employees, of the expenses. And that was the first cut across the board. I think that's probably what Jim was trying to explain to you. No employees are taking a pay cut. Okay, this goes along with the whole statement that you're making statements, right? And I would be happy to explain the budget to you just as Jim did, right? Just as I'd be happy to explain it to anyone. But when you come to a meeting and you make a comment saying people are taking a 3% pay cut, that is just factually incorrect. It is so factually incorrect that there are 36 people that are listening that may then take what you're factually incorrect about and start spreading it around town. Creating rumors that there's going to be, the county employees are taking a pay cut. That is why I said, this is when you can get with comment, okay? You can ask questions. You ask hundreds of questions of our department heads, of us commissioners, usually about on a weekly basis. And we do our best to respond to you. You said just since last Thursday, 4 or 5 emails that I've received. We are doing everything we can while also doing the rest of our jobs to respond to you. We respect your views as a citizen. I respect the views that you said that a citizen bought a banner out there and you're displaying it. That is your First Amendment rights, and I respect you completely. And I just want to say that, you know, we are not lying to you. We are not being truthful to you. Okay? When you're asking questions like, do you know anything about Carringer Solar? Do you know anything about Cypress Creek? You sat at the same meeting we all went to, well, I guess a couple of us went to the public meeting that a solar panel company put on. And they've had pre-application meetings with the county departments. That is not an application, it's not a proposal, okay? Because things change. People change what they're going to do. They change what they're thinking about doing. So when you're trying to ask a question or saying that we're lying to you because we don't know about it, sure, of course, we've heard about a solar project. We have heard, you know, anecdotally that people have leased their lands. We've, you know, talked to, I sat down and I told you honestly that I sat down with the company and had a meeting, just like I have meetings with you guys about 3 weeks later, or however long it was, maybe it was a couple months later when I sat down with Cease. I will talk to anybody But by making the statements you're making, the accusations, I don't know what you're trying to get at. But I want to be there and I want to help you and I want to help you educate you on the budget or whatever you want. You're being involved in government. It's not always a clean process, but we're trying to help you. Give equal time. If you want, you don't
I'll
have
just
to.
take 20 seconds.
Okay.
There seems to be a bad narrative out there that the county is doing business with the solar panels and working on contracts with solar panels. There's no contracts. The county's not working with anybody. Private company is applying for a permit to build something. That's not a contract. It would be the same as if you were trying to build your house on a property and it has to be zoned correctly and set back from the road and it has to be certain distances. It's no different. There's no contract. Sit, sir.
I can't hear you back there.
Please sit, sir.
Can't hear you back there. Barely could hear him.
We're done with public comment. Thank you, sir. I'm gonna go on. Our next order of business is a public meeting to consider final approval of a boundary line adjustment, PLA 2021-10. The applicants are Paul Gregg and Daryl Smith. We'll have a brief update overview from staff. This is Denise.
Thank you. Okay. Boundary line adjustment, BLA 2021-05 is a proposal to adjust the common property line between parcel 04152550 00200 and 04152500 00800. The proposed BLA is in the Golden Hill vicinity. The admin review of this boundary line adjustment has been completed. Signatures have been obtained from the Golden Hill and planning departments, including the treasurer's office. All conditions of preliminary approval have been met. If the board finds that it's in the public's interest to approve this boundary line adjustment, the motion will be needed to grant final approval of BLA 2021-10. Applicants Paul Gregg and Daryl Smith.
Okay, thank you. Any questions for staff on this? Is just housekeeping.
It looks clean, looks clear.
It's clean. I would entertain a motion.
Mr. Chairman, I make a motion that we approve the final boundary line adjustment, BLA 2021-10 for applicants Paul Gregg and Daryl Smith.
We have a motion and a second to grant final approval of BLA 2021-10. Any further discussion? Hearing none, all those in favor say aye. Aye, motion passes. Oh, yes, I saw you go over there, so that's why I was like, where are you? No, normally, yeah, no, just stick it up. I didn't see you drop it off. I had my head down.
He was blinded by the sunlight glaring off the top of my head. That video would be just have to put it in here. Well, this is flash a little bit.
Warren, are you taking? I'm gonna want to speak to the. Oh, okay. Thank you. All right, our next order of business is a public hearing to consider a supplemental budget and amendments for the 2021 budget for various funds in the sum of $4,391,513. And that the Administrative Services Department of Klickitat County is hereby directed to publish notice, which they have. And that we will hear any taxpayer that wishes to provide public testimony on the supplemental budget. I will now declare the public hearing open for the purpose of accepting public testimony, both in favor of or opposed to these 2021 budget supplemental amendments. We'll start first with a brief overview from Jen Bartley, our fiscal manager. Take it away.
Right.
Speak up.
Okay, so this is a third supplemental budget. The majority of this, the expenditure increase is going to be to cover wages and benefits, as well as an insurance premium increase that was 17% increase. That was definitely unexpected. On top of that, there are a few other items within there, some supplies and professional services, along with some postage due to COVID. There is also a line item in there for time and attendance software. The revenues coming from this would be unanticipated revenues for the building department, increase in revenues that wasn't anticipated in the building department. Planning had a miscellaneous revenue reimbursement come in. And then we are moving $2 million from 125, which is the American Rescue Plan lost revenue. And that is lost revenue on the growth rate of 5.6%. So.
I will now open the public hearing for the purpose of receiving public testimony, both in favor of or opposed to the 2021 budget amendments. I will start in the room first. Is there anyone in person that wishes to provide public comment on the supplemental budget request?
I just request a copy of that supplemental budget.
Yes, go ahead. Can you please, I think it's easier, maybe
Okay.
not, maybe people can.
He's echoing pretty good.
Yeah,
so-
so maybe you could do it from back.
All right, the one question or concern I had was the placement of.
Actually, before I start, your name for the record.
Warren Johnson, Lyle, Washington.
Thank you.
The placement of the boat ramp on the budget.
This is the supplemental budget for this.
Okay, I'm sorry.
That's capital, yeah.
That'll be the 3 o'clock.
Got it. Thank you.
Is there anyone online? Yeah, it's like, what? It's like, yeah,
We don't
I'm
have that
interested
funded.
about a boat ramp in the supplemental budget. Jen. I'm sorry. I'm gonna go online. Is there anyone that wishes to provide public comment on the supplemental 2021 budget? Unmute yourself. I'm not seeing anybody. Okay, I would give an opportunity now for, oh, okay, Ms. Bosque, go ahead.
First, I would like to thank Jen very much for her time spent with myself and 2 other citizens. And of course, accounting is very confusing. So at the end of the day, what I think I got from Jen was that this was the American Rescue Plan. Our county was given a supplemental gift from the federal government, I guess, and of $2 million, $2,177,000 and some change. And that this was a gift to our county. And my understanding was that taxpayers will not have to pay back 1 cent of this supplemental budget request that you are looking at today. Am I correct in that understanding?
No, but there will be no additional taxes levied to fund this budget request. Yes.
We're just moving.
We're just moving funds around.
Okay, so that's what I would like to clarify. So I do, again, Jen, thank you very much for your time. You were very professional. Sorry if I don't understand your accounting rules so well, but you did a great job trying to explain it. And I do appreciate the county time being spent to help the citizens. Thank you.
Thank you. Is there anybody else that wishes to provide public comment? 3376, go ahead.
Hey, I hate to be a pest to you guys, but this is Ken McCune again. I was wondering, is there any money in that budget, the $4 million, that might help the city of Goldendale get a fire truck that's got a ladder rack on it that'll get to the top of that brand new building you just built? I think legally you're supposed to be able to service that building with the fire department.
Mr. McCune, I can tell you there are no dollars in this supplemental budget request for that purpose.
You know, you're burdening the city with this responsibility without it taking any of the responsibility. So, if somewhere down the line you could maybe get together with the city and work out a deal to get the proper truck to be safe for that building. Or you got other plans for it? Like, you could open up all the fire hydrants and stand there with 20 different hoses and probably get it done. That's what you got planned.
I'm going to try to focus you on. You have comments about this supplemental budget.
I don't know a lot about it, so I guess I don't have any questions. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. We are still I'm taking public comment on the 2021 supplemental budget.
Is there somewhere I can get a copy of that?
It is online.
It is in the agenda packet online. Staff has time to go get a copy.
Can I go over there and get them?
Well, they're in
Right
here.
here, working right now. So that's not
Sorry. It was available and it is available online.
Do you have your agenda?
Can you get on there now?
I can't get online on this.
We'll get that for you. Is there do we have any questions, clarifications that the board has for staff?
I just have a concern or a question or whatever. And that is the time and attendance software. To me, it's not a matter of, I think the time and attendance software is a good thing, and I sat through the workshop they had presenting it, and I think they did a good job. It was a little challenging, and I find myself tech savvy, so I do worry that some of our employees might have a hard time. I guess my biggest concern about it was I went looking at reviews and what other counties use, and in this particular software was more of an off-brand in what I find, and the reviews were not as high as I would like to see. So I guess a piece of me questions whether this is the right one to get. Did we have 3 different presenters and we picked the best one, or did we just shoot one? Don't know what else is out there. That it also worries me on getting this before we get the done, just in case there's some integration issue. Before we get the financial replacement. So those are my 2 concerns.
I did last week. That was one I did the Zoom last week because I was unable to do it when they had done it before. It can do a lot of things, and I do have some concerns about maybe it could do too much, but the question was asked about the integration with Kayenta, and that they did say yes. They I have less concerns about that. One concern I did have about, I think we need to do something, because I think that we are still using. I mean, here I am today I'm doing paper timesheets that then get entered in. That, they're generated electronically, they get printed, you fill them out, you send them, they get reviewed, I sign off, the ones that I have to sign off on, they go back, then they get implemented into the system. And there's that takes staff time to do all those things. And so there is huge efficiencies. It seems like I am constantly doing these, and I'm not filling them out, I'm just signing them. The little that I do as the chair, which you'll find out. So I think we definitely need to do something. My concern is I don't want to wait necessarily, because the one thought I had before was, well, we're looking at new financial software. We don't know what capabilities are going to be in the new one. Is it going to be redundant? It could be redundant. But realistically, new software is going to take at least a couple of years to, source, do the stuff, get it implemented, get everything rolled over. And so that's really 2 years before we can do something. I don't know that we can or should wait 2 years.
My big issue was, I guess I would say the reviews of this particular software. Have we fully checked around to make sure it's what? Or is this the one that us said we didn't identify the product?
I believe the auditor and the payroll folks they initiated as far as they went, they were at a conference, they saw different things. This was the recommendation that came back. Now, whether I can't speak for them, I don't.
Right, and that's just it, I don't remember.
I assume, as far as RFP, if we that much money, I made the assumption we could because it was on there, but if they have raised some of those limits, but that is a really good question. Well, one thing, there is nothing that would, I think if the board has unanswered questions, it could be pulled from the supplemental at this time. It can either be picked, although we're not going to have a 4th supplemental, but it could get picked up. Yeah, please, no. It is December 7th. Yeah, Jen, you can crank that out. So this is it for this year. And if we have, we can just pull that out. And if we end up adopting the rest of it, we can, and just pull that out for further consideration with, working with the auditor and the payroll folks, that we still have some questions. I think that would probably be prudent, I'm sure. I think I'm comfortable doing that with the assurance. I'm giving my assurance. I think we need to do something as far as that. I want to get us away from paper. I just don't know that this is necessary. It was whiz bang. It was gee whiz, the person that was doing the demo, but that is what they do. So they were, and I was thinking of myself, thank God I don't have to do that. Although I was thinking it would be facial recognition software and no, yeah, we're not paying.
I'm not paying for that.
Yeah, so anyway.
Yeah, no, I agree. I think it's something we need, and it's long overdue. It's just a matter of answering the last couple of questions.
Okay, I still, I'll give an opportunity. Yeah, go ahead.
I sat through, and I guess I come from the board techie generation.
What's your point?
Well, to me, it made perfect sense for a small enterprise company to do it. How it integrates in with Klickitat and our job costs with when I got through it. It didn't sound like they had the capabilities that are truly assigned to like the governmental accounting software, which I look at it more in terms of, I've been doing I've actually been filling out those timesheets for years. So I know what it's like, but I need to know, how much money is it gonna save each department in terms of time? somebody still has to fill it in, I don't care, because you gotta input your time on the right job cost, you gotta do the exact same. And then you're still gonna have to sign off on it. I mean, if I was designing it, rather than getting a one piece, I want the full financial software, so that we truly fix the policies and we fix the processes, so they're more efficient, not just saying, we're gonna do it online, rather, or, on the computer or on the phone, than do it, I want the whole thing done at one time, so we're not putting duct tape on top of other things. Buttload of money. And then you read the cost.
I had a question when I was listening. Hour and put two rules in the company's like, yeah, sure, we can kind of set it up that way. But it kind of made me think of Klickitat, and that was product to fit our needs, and then integrated and it doesn't work. So I don't know.
Yeah, I'm gonna give them, I will give them.
So my personal belief would be to pull this from the supplemental, because there are still too many questions of whether we can even do it without.
That's the big one.
One of my questions. And more importantly, if we went through an RFP, you're gonna get more other people that, because it's all.
Okay, I'm gonna give, we're still in a public hearing to take public test. I'm gonna go one more time online.
This is Brenda, and I really am not able to understand a lot of what the questions are, and I probably should have come over there, but I didn't realize it's really this bad. I didn't hear a thing Dan just said. I could only hear half of what Jake said, and I'm not sure what the initial question was. So, of course, I'm a proponent for this, but that's, if you have questions of me, I am here.
I wrote down those questions so that I can give them to you later, Brenda.
Thank you. I've been trying, but yeah, this is pretty bad.
0088, did you have a comment on the supplemental budget?
Yes, I was just wondering, is a supplemental budget going to fill in all the gaps on the things that you guys had not assumed that was going to be there? And how much is going to go into the general fund? And why would you need sales tax if you have enough money to cover all that rescue money is going to fill in?
Yes, I think so. I believe so.
Yeah. This is applying to the 2021 budget, not the 2022 budget.
Yes. So the American Rescue Plan. Yes.
Well, let me just ask you. Let me just ask you. Do you have enough money to take care of everything right now?
The 2021 budget with this supplement, yes.
So you have enough money to take care of everything till the end of the year, and you won't need any more money.
Once we approve the supplemental, yes.
For 2021.
For 2021.
Okay, so then what does 2022 look like? You already have the budget drawn up. Are you going to need a lot more money?
That's not part of this here. That is later today at 3 o'clock, I believe, is the adoption, the public hearing. It is close to further public comment, but you can watch us have that discussion.
Okay, is the supplement going to give you surplus? Are you going to have surplus money for 2022 out of this budget, the supplement?
Supplement is 2021, not 2022.
No, but he's asking, is there going to
I
be?
know, but are you going to have surplus? You should have surplus to carry over.
There's always, there typically is carryover every year from one budget to the next.
But you don't know that.
But you don't know that until it's done. So we budget based on what we know or we expect for revenues coming in and what we expect for expenditures. And we need to balance those to each other. And that's what we're doing.
With meeting our own reserve fund.
With meeting our own reserve fund policy, right? The balance is in there. So there are significant reserve funds, fund balances built into every fund that we must maintain a minimum. So there are, by definition, there are leftover dollars because those are for cash flow, they're for different things until the revenues come
So anyway, the supplementary will take care of everything for this year. You guys don't have any, you will not need any more money, right?
in. Yeah, there will, well, for one thing, there's not time for any more supplemental budgets for 2021.
Okay.
Okay, thank you.
Oh, that's all.
Okay, we are. Okay, any other comments or questions at this time? No, I don't. Yeah, I don't. Yeah, Brenda, I would say we're gonna pull the funding for this out of, I expect, can't speak for the board, out of this with the, I think assurance, or at least the majority, I think, feels like something's definitely gotta be done. We just have some questions about what's the correct way to move to, time and attendance. So this isn't, no, it's just not yet, or not necessarily this point.
So it's not, I get it, it's not a no, but you want to look at things more.
Right.
Okay, thank you.
So we say yes now, and it's done. We can't really ask any more questions. It's fun. So.
Yeah, all right, thank you.
All right, any other questions, clarifications? Yeah. I will now close the public, I'll close the public hearing to further public comment. Any additional discussion? No. Okay. I would entertain the motion. Want that today? A continuation.
Yes.
Put this to bed. Do you have a new? Yeah, what's the new number?
I just gave Lee the,
$4,351,010.
Mr. Chairman, I would make a motion to approve the supplemental budget. $4,351,010 with the pulling of the time and attendance. Okay, I have a motion and a second to approve the supplemental budget, removing everything that was in it except removing the funding for the time and attendance software at this time. For now, any further discussion? Hearing none, all those in favor say aye. Aye. Aye, motion passes. We're done with that. Thank you, Commissioner. Thank you, Jen.
Yeah, thank you. Judge Baker is on.
Judge Baker is
So
on.
am I, Marie.
Okay. You're running a little behind, sorry, Judge Baker.
That's okay. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you fine.
Okay, I'll be brief. I just wanted to do two things today. One was to let you know what I was planning to do in my court with regard to trying to improve our performance with jury trials, and also to alert you to the potential cost of that. What I've determined is I can pick up relatively cheaply at Walgreens these rapid tests that my staff and myself can take in advance of a jury trial, and at least be able to show up on the morning of a jury trial where we bring typically about 30 citizens into our courtroom, that we are at least all have tested and are not positive for COVID-19 or whatever the new strain will be. And then the idea is that that will hopefully give greater assurance to folks as they come in and interact with us that we're doing as much as we can to make sure the process is safe and without unnecessary risk. I do about 2 jury trials a month, typically, so at a maximum, we're talking about probably $1,100 over the course of a year. And I'm not asking today for you all to approve that or disapprove that. I just want to let you know that we're going to do it. And we'll do our best to see if we can find funds, however funds are available through federal government and otherwise to take care of that. But I wanted, again, the point was not necessarily to talk about finances, but it's a little bit of a unique situation. And I wanted you all to know, because even though I'm nominally in charge here, these are your employees. Everyone's on board. And I guess the final point I'd make is we do have one person who remains unvaccinated, and this will also allow us a little greater assurance when that person has to interact with the public that they're negative as well. So that's our plan, and I wanted to bring you up to speed on that rather than just simply go ahead and think it was okay to do. So I'll answer any questions you have.
Question, go ahead.
Judge Baker, this is Commissioner Anderson. I'm trying to understand, like, between you and your staff and the separation between the jurors. Like, my first thought is aren't you 6 feet away? And are most of your staff 6 feet away? Like, my first thought is the jurors are all sitting right next to each other, right? Versus staff who have separation. I assume everybody's wearing masks. What precipitated this to come in front of you? Was it the fear that it's come up from jurors, or is it, staff? I'm just trying to understand, like, the rationale of why, when I look at like all the other things that the county does, where there's a group of people, like I have sitting here in my room.
So it's a little bit different in my situation for a couple reasons. One, if you're dealing with people, for instance, who come to this meeting, they're choosing to do so. People who come into my courtroom as jurors don't have that choice. They're summoned in. And so I feel an obligation in that situation to not do the minimum, but to do the most that I can do to make sure that we're safe and healthy as we can. Two, they're not, jurors in my courtroom and in their waiting room are all 6 feet apart. They're all required to be masked, as is required by state law. And they remain masked throughout the trial, and they remain 6 feet apart in my courtroom. Jurors, though, are escorted to and from the courtroom throughout the day continuously by my clerks. Jurors are also then in a courtroom with me all day long, where I have to do a fair amount of talking. And again, even though everyone's masked, it's not, as everything is today, it's not without its risks. And again, the distinction in this situation is the risk is not something these people are choosing. The risk is being imposed on them as an obligation of a juror summons. That if they choose not to come in, they face potential contempt of court. Not something I've done, but it's potentially there. So that's the distinction in this situation and why we do it. And finally, what we've done with the one staff member, in order to make sure that we were safe, we were borrowing a staff member from Skamania County who was volunteering to come up here as a vaccinated employee and assist. And this will allow us to not continue with that process. I think with the testing, we'll be able to then let our unvaccinated employee go back to regular duties and have, limited but some contact with jurors as they're in the courtroom.
Thank you, Judge. I, knock on wood, haven't been in your jury room anytime recently, so the education was very good. Thank you.
I like to say when you walk into a room with 30 people 6 feet apart, all wearing masks, it's the saddest adult education class you've ever been into.
Any questions for Judge Baker? My last question, Judge, do you know, are any other judge implementing this same around the state that you heard of?
I don't know if they are around the state. I've mentioned it briefly to Judge Hanson and Judge Krogh that I was going to do it. We all have our own circumstances in our courts that are different, but I'm not aware of anyone doing it. Otherwise, it came to me as an idea. again, these tests are not designed to be absolutely accurate, but if someone has a high amount of virus in their system, it's gonna, at that level, it's gonna show a positive result. And so for that, then that's someone who could then, in my situation, would stay home. And that's all we're trying to do here. We're not trying to use it to be absolutely sure one way or another, but if someone's in a dangerous position, asymptomatic or otherwise, then we know that we can, you know, have them not come in and risk infecting a jury pool. The thing that I really dread is having a jury in my courtroom be front page news as a super spreader event when people were forced to be here and I didn't do everything I could to make sure it was safe.
That's kind of the argument that he got me on. I don't like those at-home tests. I think there's just too high of an amount of false positives. But I understand where he's at. It's his courtroom, and so makes sense.
Okay, any other questions? Not hearing any. I thank you for the heads up, Judge Baker. Please keep us in the loop as far as what kind of how this is progressing. I'll just be curious how this is going to work. It could be the shape of things to come. I don't know. And it's
Yeah, and I at this point, we're at a price point where it makes sense for, you know, 4 people twice a month to do it. It would need to be less to scale it up at a price point, but it may be that that's what I'm thinking as well, Commissioner Souter, is this may be our future until we can turn the corner on this, is we're using these tests not for, you know, precise determinations, but just to say, hey, I'm not going to go out today.
okay. Thank you, sir.
All right, thank you.
Thank you, and I hope not to actually see you either in the jury pool or otherwise. So stay safe.
Yeah, well, it's according to my calculation, Commissioner, it's been 6 years since you've been here, so you're about due. So we'll be looking for you soon.
I'll roll up my turn in the bucket. So
yeah. All right, thank you.
Okay. Yeah, I know that's a little frightening to know that. So our next is our add-on resolution. So we have a resolution in the matter of scheduling a public meeting to be held Tuesday, December 21st, 2021 at 1:30 p.m. to consider revisions to the Klickitat County redistricting plan and whether changes to commissioner district boundaries are warranted. And also a resolution in the matter of scheduling a public hearing to be held on Tuesday, December 28th, so the 21st, and another one on the 28th at 1:30 to consider adoption of the proposed Klickitat County redistricting plan. That the draft will come out so people can comment on it on the 21st. So I guess I would entertain a motion to adopt those resolutions. So
I'll say.
I have a motion and a second to adopt those. Discussion.
For everybody online, the resolution in the plan is that due to the circumstances that we are still within the 10% of what's allowable, and that we are not really hoping to have to do redistricting this time.
And lack of time to do it because of the late census. We're gonna keep them the way they are for the next 10 years.
So the census data supports that we're actually not required to adjust the commissioner boundaries. We're still within the minimum, so they're roughly equal between the 3 commissioner districts. Population.
Steady across the board.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, that's really kind of a takeaway, is that the population growth across the county was more even across the county than it has been in the past, where it was really centered in the west end of the county. Where we obviously, because things didn't shift that much, we had as much, because we did grow, we grew by about 2,500 people in the last 10 years, and they were spread around the county a little more uniformly than they have been in the past previous years. So that's actually kind of good news. Okay, we have a motion and a second to adopt the resolution setting those public hearings on the redistricting plan. All those in favor say aye. Aye, motion passes. It is actually good shape. Next, miscellaneous reports, Clear Risk Solutions insurance update. We saw these fine gentlemen wandering around the building. I was a little bit concerned until I looked at the agenda. Jonathan?
Yeah, I'll come on up.
You're gonna.
I'll kick things off. I just wanted to introduce myself. I'm Jonathan Blake and I'm with McCoy Holliston Insurance in White Salmon. And we've been a broker with the pool now for, well, through my tenure, which I've owned the company for about 10 years, but prior to that, about another 10 years as well. And just wanted to let you know we've brought forth everybody from, well, not everybody, but a large contingent from Clear Risk. So I did want to introduce those guys and they're going to tell you a little bit about the program. We've got Frank Andrus, we've got Wes Cragen, we've got Byron Ritchie and Mark Sherwood in the back. So I'm going to go ahead and just turn it over to them. And then if you guys have any questions in the meantime or whatever, you can just,
you want to just grab a chair and pull it up. We got these roller chairs. You want to have nice fancy ones.
Wasn't sure what the rules were.
We don't really know either. We're only in our second or third week or third, I guess is this our third meeting?
It's nice.
It is nice. We're still, as you can tell though, our
table's
sound.
not big enough.
Yeah.
Does the heat work?
Here.
Yeah, it seems to.
Mark, sit up front. You guys
Well, good afternoon. I'm Wes Crago and I'm the program administrator. I'm sort of the chief troubleshooter and take care of the board. And we'll be kind of just tag teaming a little bit, give you a quick overview. We'll try to be as brief as possible. We thank you for your time and just be able to come down and say hi. And well, actually, it's fun to watch a little bit of government at work.
Really?
Yeah, not through that.
Oh, okay.
It's when I'm kind of a government.
It wasn't here.
So it is fun, actually. We are a pool, which is not unlike a co-op in that we are here for you and you are the owners of our pool. And Clear Risk is hired by the board. Commissioner Christopher is your representative to the board. And we have to earn that contract every year. And we do that through performance. And that is kind of our mindset is to be, we are of you and for you. And really, most of us have a lot of experience with local government at one form or another to serve you. So it's kind of something we understand a little bit. Because it's a pool and it's owned by you, it's highly customizable. That if Commissioner Christopher is to tell us that we need to do something new, different, that just goes to the board. The board tells us that's what needs to be done, and we do it. And we've had to do that a few times. And as COVID has obviously threw a few changes in, we think those are good changes, that those are actually helping us serve everybody a little bit better. The board is made up, if you're a member of our pool, you have a seat on the board. We've been 8 for about 20 some years. You're one of our earliest members. I think we go back over 20 years with Klickitat. And this year we have grown by 2. That we have Columbia and Garfield counties have just joined and they're just on board now. And that's kind of exciting, a little bit of growth and see some momentum moving forward with us. There are probably 5 distinctives that are unique about the pool, our pool, the Washington Rural Counties Insurance Program. The first is stop loss. And I know Commissioner Christopher's heard me talk a lot about this, but it's you have the pool, we pool our money together and we settle claims within that layer. And then we buy excess insurance. And that's pretty typical of the market. You have insurance on your insurance. Clear Risk pools go one more level on that. If there's a lot of frequency, if there's a large number of claims that could potentially burn out the pool bank account, we have a separate policy that stops the loss on that. And so it's a suspenders and belts. It's insurance on top of insurance, however you want to explain that. It's a very conservative approach. It's a very long-term approach to making sure that member assets are never at risk. Again, we come from local government for the most part, and we work with local government, and taxpayer money is sacred. And we never want to have that put at risk. Second thing we do that's really, I think, very unique is Mark will be talking a lot about it. It's our education and risk management services. They're organic to our organization. There are employees that come out, and again, we'll customize it for you. We come to you with the training. I think you're probably familiar with our driver training and the firearms training simulators. If you want those, any of the educational services we offer, we customize and we bring it to you. Third distinctive is that we have a pre-litigation program, which are investigators, advisors, and attorneys that are on call. That's part of your premium. It's not an extra charge. They can advise you, especially before any personnel matter. It's just another set of eyes to give you advice before you take action, maybe ask a couple questions.
We never have any personnel.
Well, most people don't. I mean, really well-run organizations don't. And why would you?
Completely unutilized service, I'm sure.
But just in case, Commissioner, we're ready for it. If it comes to it, we try to avoid claims, and of course, we never have claims, but if they were to happen, we have a whole claims department that are ready to handle those. And again, something's a little bit unique in that they're organic. They're our employees. They're mostly based in Ephrata. They're not claims managers from the other side of the country that have to call or on a different time zone or don't know your culture, don't know your area. They're going to be people that you're familiar with. The last one is that while our county's program is fairly small, which gives you maximum control, gives you 1/10 of the authority of everything that goes on. It's also part of a larger family. We have 5 pools in total that Clear Risk works for. Each are separate, but when we go to the marketplace, we negotiate with some strength in that you kind of have the best of both worlds. We can look at us as having 400 or 500 members speaking when we try to negotiate, or when we're running your pool for you, serving you, it's you're just 10. You control your own destiny. Market this year has been crazy. The last 2 years are, I don't think it's an exaggeration to say, historic. And with all the changes, we've been able to weather the storm quite well, mostly through our board taking some proactive action to get ahead of some problems before they affect the rest of our pool. We were able to, together, the board with the staff, deliver a better renewal than we anticipated several months before things happened. With that, I'm going to hand off to Mark, who's going to talk about our education and risk management services, and we'll make our way around the table.
Yeah, as Wes mentioned, we have our claims department, but the reality is we'd like to keep them sitting around twiddling their thumbs. And one of the ways that we try to do that is through our risk management and our educational services. Because the best claim is the one that never occurs. Okay? Whether that's a property claim, whether it's a GL, auto claim, the best one. So Wes talked about our driver training simulator that we have. And it's been utilized, gets utilized quite a bit down here, mostly for the senior services, but other departments have utilized it as well. Our law enforcement training simulator gets down here every year. Except I was looking at last year, due to COVID, it looks like it didn't make it up.
We did hear a request from the jail that they would be interested, so.
Yeah.
Reach out.
And that's the great thing is that it's not just the patrol folks, it is jail folks. It's the correctional officers as well. And so with our educational services, we still have our in-person that we're able to do. We're able to do them virtually as well via Zoom. We're working on a suite of regional type trainings next year that will probably be some kind of a hybrid of in-person and or virtual. And a couple of the areas that we're looking at is in that human relations realm. Some of the buzzwords currently are implicit bias and that type. So we're looking at those types of trainings. We're also looking at some cybersecurity trainings and bringing in some folks that really know their business and can help out keeping from having that ransomware attack, that cyber breach. And so with our educational services, it's really literally a phone call away. Our risk management, and I am a senior risk manager, and I am the risk manager for the Washington County's insurance program. I have a partner back at the office, Blair Cope, who assists me with a lot of the work. With the county spread out across the state, it can get a little daunting trying to get and visit everybody. But we do facility reviews, go around, take a look at your buildings. From a general liability standpoint, are there any trip and fall hazards? Are our sprinkler systems up to date? Are our fire extinguishers? A lot of things that your employees are doing, but sometimes you can't see the forest because of the trees. And so you bring in somebody that isn't here on a daily basis, and we will see things that others do not, and be able to make sure that we are not regulatory like L&I is, but we're going to do the same type of inspection to keep you from having that L&I inspector coming out and doing. We mentioned Blair Cope is also an ADA coordinator. And so he can work with, if you have your own staff ADA coordinator, he can work with them, again, doing reviews and helping out on those areas. He's working on a couple of different ADA trainings that we will be doing in 2022 as well, both virtually and in person, whichever way that we need to have that done. We do a lot of policy reviews. Wes mentioned our pre-litigation program. Both risk managers and the consultants from and our attorney from the pre-litigation program will take a look at policies, procedures, and help out where we can on ensuring that the county is where they need to be on those. So I think Frank will be leaving some brochures behind. It has a list of all of our trainings, workshop descriptions, and all of the risk management services as well. So I'm going to hand it off, I believe, to Byron right now.
Good afternoon, everybody. We appreciate your generous donation of time. I'm going to talk to you a little bit about PLP. This is our pre-litigation program. It is attorney-led team of investigators and professionals that work with you, work alongside you to help you with any HR.
We also have no litigation.
Right. None of that. So the HR issues, personnel issues, maybe you're thinking about some disciplinary action with an employee or something. This is a good first call. They work in concert with your own prosecutor and your own attorneys. They try to do their very best to work with any issues that you might have when it comes to not just your personnel issues, but other legal issues that you might be facing. That may not be their layer of expertise, but they will look at it with you. And again, they're inclusive to your premium. They don't come in any extra charge. You contact them anytime, and they will come out to your location and help you with any issues you might be facing. Again, a phone call away. Frank?
So I'm Frank Andrus. Again, thanks for your time. And like Wes said, appreciate the membership in our program for the last 20 years. It means a lot to us, and appreciate that. So as everybody has talked about, we are, as you can see, risk management focused and have a ton of services, pre-litigation risk management. What we're trying to do is avoid claims. Obviously, there are going to be situations where there are claims. So we have a team of adjusters that are mostly based in Ephrata, Washington. So we're local to Klickitat County and the landscape of the litigation here in Washington State. We only handle claims on behalf of our entities. So we specialize in public entity claims adjusting. We handle the claims from $1 through the policy limit. So there's not going to be a situation where the county has a claim that gets to a certain layer and we ship you off to somebody back east and you have to re-explain what the claim is and what the procedure is going to be to get that claim resolved. You have as much
participation in the claim or as little participation. There's some insureds that would rather just, hey, it's a simple auto claim, get it taken care of, and we want, we don't want to hear anything about it. And then, there's situation where there's employment related claims where an insured is, wants to be highly active in that claims process. And so we encourage membership if they want to be involved in it to be involved as much as they'd like to be. You will have a say, the county prosecutor will have a say in how that claim is handled and how that outcome is going to be. If it's going to be one that we think is going to be defensible, that will defend on behalf of the county. If it's something that is clearly we need to get in and get this thing settled, we're going to advocate on behalf of the county to get that resolved as quickly as possible. Again, having input. And it's typically, someplace in the middle is where liability lays. There's a potential for some exposure and sometimes there's not. So again, involved as much as you'd like to be. If we can't get that resolved in our claims process, then it goes to litigation. We have a team of panel attorneys that specialize in the exact same public entity insurance work. So we'll get that over to them and have them process that litigation as seamlessly as possible, and again with insured participation. So in all these services that we're talking about, again, not any additional premium to call up and ask for any of these services. And again, we'll leave a brochure that has some of these in there as well, just to have that opportunity to look through that as well.
Well, that's a high-level view of our program. We'll just pause and let you direct the conversation next with any questions you have, or get out of your hair and let you get on with your day.
No, I don't have any questions. I'm informed about it than they are, but I would say they've been great to work with. They're always friendly, professional, and quick and prompt. Hopefully we can get through whatever process we're doing, and as we do, we'll, I'm sure, come up with questions. Knowing you guys will have answers.
I did have but it's more your crystal ball, which I know you can't really say, but I'm just kind of curious anecdotally, and I'm not asking about rates or anything like that. Sure. I've been a commissioner now. I'm just about to start my 16th year as a commissioner, so and all of those are with this organization. There seems to be just the level of litigation, the level of exposure across the world has definitely over the last 15 years has elevated. I mean, I'm assuming that we are seeing that across all entities. It's not just specific to us. And is there a focus, this would be a question for my board member too, as far as things, because we all talk about risk management. But there are things, like I was thinking as you were talking about trainings and stuff, those are great things, but part of that is on us, where we have availability of training that we are not getting our staff to actually take, or ourselves, so that we are identifying ways that we can lower our risk and ultimately, hopefully, hold the line on premiums, because the pool. So I don't know. I'm not really asking a question. It's just more of an acknowledgement. I think the members are going to have to be more focused on that in the future. That it's not business as usual. And part of what's driving that is I was at the WhatsApp convention. It was our annual, and I happened to go to the. It was and Commissioner Christopher was there, and we happened to be in the same one over the road departments and the potential for litigation that people don't, we always think of law enforcement as our number one potential liability, and that's not necessarily true. If it's not, it's a close second is our, it's public works and our roads. Yeah. And just crazy amounts of exposure and liability for things, particularly in Washington State, because of our laws. So,
That was the most informative thing in their conference.
and most frightening, I will say. And I've done it before and I had to get re-scared where it's like, oh yeah, I forgot. It's like, we need to just get rid of all the roads. It's like, I don't know how we did.
So crosswalks, no speed
No
limit.
crosswalks, no speed limit change. We're not, no. Crosswalks bad. It's just you're just writing a check.
You're seeing what we're seeing, and you're seeing what the marketplace is seeing nationally, especially in Washington, in that if there is an incident where somebody is injured, juries want to find somebody responsible. And the notion of personal responsibility is going out of fashion.
It's more welfare
And
redistribution.
yeah, local government usually takes the hit, and that roads can be. As we look at that, and you're right, as also with the focus on risk management and the difficulty everybody has of doing their job and being better trained in the future. There's only so many hours, and you've all got, it's not like you're overstaffed to begin with. So our ability to try to make it what makes sense for you and customize it to you, it makes sense to come here and put it on, that's what we'll do. If it makes more sense to do it online where you're staffed to watch it at different times, we'll do that. And trying to find those sweet spot of getting you the services you need at the cost that you want, that still hopefully stops the claim and an injury from taking place at all. That's what we're all about.
That was one of the things that we did today. We met with Rob earlier as well to go through access to data electronically through technology now. And that was something that, quite frankly, we were a little bit behind the 8 ball on. And I think we figured a workaround, and hopefully going forward, the prosecuting attorney and Rob should not have any issues keeping you updated on claims and then also analyzing the data. So, if you have a problem in a particular area, you can get the training for that particular department as more.
So I think part of that is us knowing which trainings are out there, pressuring, in the case of the sheriff in the jail, you could just be hoping that they use it. You can implement it. Right. But with cybersecurity stuff, we could implement bigger training, and I think we do. Go another level.
In September 1, we launched a new online risk management program called Inquiro that the county has access to, and they have cybersecurity training, they have sexual harassment training, HR, they have documents, their webinars that are recorded, and so they can be watched at any point in time. One of the things that they will do is there's a one-time for each member. They will do a one-time phishing test to find out where are your holes in your security, which we know where most of the holes are. They're in the end user. But there's a lot of end user training. Plus, through the cyber coverage that is purchased, there are additional trainings there that can be utilized as well. We'll make sure that those are available.
Okay, I just assume everything's a phishing scam, so.
I do. Delete,
not even looking at it. Yeah. I don't know. Yeah, sorry, constituents. Okay, other questions? All right, thank you.
Thanks, folks.
Thank you. Enjoy our new building that you're insuring.
Beautiful. Don't trip over anything on your way out.
Yes. Just gonna sit next to you.
Oh, I was like, oh, okay. I'm like, I'm not doing anything wrong. That's me just with, I'm fine.
You guys. Rob. Good job. Thank you.
Yes. All right, Ms. Mochi. Next, Planning Department Director Mochi Lindblad on a department update.
I'll try to speak loud.
You want to use the mic, or you can pull your mask down. And yeah,
We didn't have that mic on. It was on, just sitting on the desk. Probably
That helped.
She probably didn't have to hold it. Probably picked it up pretty easy
Yeah.
from the
We
desk.
have a little mount, we'll have to get it and get it mounted.
By then
our new ones will be here.
here. Not getting any back at all there, sorry.
Sounds better out here.
Okay. I did get a text from someone who was listening, and they said when we turned the mic on, the sound actually got worse online.
So I'm watching the mic, just type it down, or
Turn it on if it is.
So Coach, I know we've been working on the FEMA update for 6 years now. And we finally got really good LiDAR information and everything, you know, they know right where all the channel migration zones should be. So is what we're looking to do is take that data and then just figure what the channel migration zone would be.
That's part of it, but not all of it, because I am aware of that, and I did actually share those information with our consultant to make sure that we're not duplicating the work.
Right.
But I do not believe we are, because for some of jurisdiction, if they do not have the channel migration zone map that's available, then what they will rely upon is actually FEMA's map. That would be something very similar, close to what that the jurisdiction can use as the best available information to be in that area. But the information that I got from the consultant and chatting with the ecology contact, I do not believe that we are duplicating the work that FEMA is doing. And those maps is close to be completed, but I don't believe we have those maps that is available to the public in 2023.
2023, I know, but I mean, my statement though is that we have all the data to make, so it should be really easy to figure what your channel migration is. Because those FEMA flood, you know, all that work, that's amazing. I mean, how accurate it is, and then you should be able to run the models to figure out what your migration zone is. And, you know, we live in this area, everything's down cut, so.
I will look into it some more and make sure that we're not duplicating before we continue on with the contract of the grants.
That, and I don't want the FEMA flood maps to come online in 2023 and not have our channel migration zones jiving with that.
Okay.
You know what I mean? Like,
You know, go back.
But do we have channel migration zones in the old documents? I mean, was it?
Sharpie marker.
Yeah, that's what I meant.
I really, we did, it was.
The next item is, I did have a follow-up conversation with the city of 17 about potentially updating our lease local agreements. I had a follow-up phone call with the city planner in late November, and I stressed that some of the issues the city is concerned with is actually more than just a problem planning department. Some of the issues that they want to address would involve other departments. And really big issue we need to talk about is the funding, potential reimbursement on road maintenance, stormwater infrastructures, water, sewer, and other things, in addition to zoning ordinance change. With that in mind, I did recommend the city planner to talk with the mayor, city council, and perhaps to schedule for a presentation to move forward so the city and county can be on the same page, we know what the expectations of each entity is before we update our usable movie. So I think that's the next step, is for the city to schedule a presentation.
Okay, I'm in favor of that. Yeah.
And then the last thing on my list.
You got lots of time.
Sure. I am going to have a phone call with Forge Commission to talk about short-term rental, or what they call the overnight accommodation in their management plan. I had a brief discussion with Christina, Forge Commission Executive Director, before. Her concern was she wants to make sure what the commission is about to do would drive with the county's regulations. And also because there's a lodging tax that the landowners are supposed to pay to, and how the county is going to track that. So I did look into it some. I know we have those money comes through the door to the county, but I don't know if we necessarily know which entities paying into that fund. So I don't know if there's something that we can track. Because the planning department hasn't been doing any of those. And in regard to short-term rentals, I know the county, we've been trying to have some conversation about that. There's no substantial change in terms of the regulations of the permitting side of things. Generally speaking, for any of those short-term rentals happen in the county legally, they are required to go through a conditional use permit through the planning department. And if those proposals happen to be within the scenic area, then we would not be able to process an application until the applicant goes through the bush commission process. And we don't see that as a change from the county's perspective, even though they might have new regulations in place. So that's the plan, is for us to continue to work under that model. Try to coordinate, but they will still need to go through the county process to get that established.
Has anyone ever went through the conditional use permit process?
No. We have had several pre-submittal meetings with those applicants or proponents, but we've never really had an application.
Because the answer's always been, you're not gonna get through the process, right? Because the rest of them, their codes are.
There's some challenge that they might have to do improvement to the existing building, or improvement to the access road and things like that, that might end up just not feasible to them. But from planning or zoning perspective, it's not a prohibited use. They can still go through the process if they can prove they can meet those requirements.
So do we know, you had said, we are receiving lodging tax from a lot of them. We don't know, I would be interested if I assume we just get the tax, because I'm just saying, I'm not interested in using people paying their taxes as a tool to find them. So that's what was.
So what happens is like if you use Airbnb or one of the others, they take all the dollars and they submit it to the state. And then the state just sends us a check.
For our share, they don't break it up into this taxpayer, that.
Where who it is or where they're at. There are multiple businesses that submit, whether it's the luxury campgrounds or something like that. Think of Trout Lake, think of, the Steelhead Ranch, things like that that send their own dollars. And then you can see those businesses when we get the form. But for the most of the like short-term individual rentals, that all gets shifted to the state just sends us a check.
But the VRBO stuff, for the private guy that advertises on his own website or through Craigslist or something, that's more of an honor system. Right?
He's legally required to pay,
But
and it's
just like a self-employed is.
Right,
just the
legally
same.
required.
You don't need to create this.
Well, so the thing is, it's with you, when you look at the Gorge Commission rules and where they say where they're allowed to go, right? Pretty much it's nowhere in Klickitat County because it's in the 5 to 10 acre zoning, which you really don't have. And so anybody who is doing
Scenic area,
within the scenic,
not
scenic
our 5 to 10.
no,
We have lots of fun.
yeah,
Just they don't.
I met with Skamania County Commissioners and talked to them about this as well.
Yeah, what are they doing in Skamania?
Well, Skamania County made short-term rentals really easy in Skamania County, and then the Gorge Commission just came over the top and pretty much made them all legal. Except for, a small little, really small area, but, the rest of all the scenic areas is now gone. For a lot of people.
Well, I don't know if I'd say that, but I think they're all probably still in place. It's just something. Send a compliance officer out.
Well, the issue is gonna be though, in those counties, the county implements, they have to. Because they will have to adopt, Skamania County will have to adopt an update to their land use zone that mirrors what's in the management plan update, and it makes it, it's 90, I think it's 90 nights, and it's only in those specific zones. It has to be your primary residence.
So Hood River, so the Gorge Commission kind of adopted Hood River's ordinance, rather than citywide standards looking at Hood River's ordinance.
So I'm just not interested in, I don't I don't use other ways to go look for people that are out of compliance. And I'm not interested in helping the commission do it either. I mean, if they get turned in and that's on them, but I'm not gonna necessarily help. I really do believe in the unless there's a problem. Yeah, well, meaning that it is complaint driven. I don't go look for trouble. Because if I go look for it, I'll find it.
The planning department hasn't been looking at those, but I did ask around about the logging tax, I don't know enough about it, so that's, I know enough to be in trouble.
Okay.
I actually thought, honestly, within the bounds that you're looking at, I mean, there's not that many that are in our area that aren't in the
urban area, so it's,
you're getting close here out by Smith.
What percentage of the short-term rentals do you actually think are listed enough for you to find? 95% of them you can find on there?
Oh, yeah.
Because you gotta find customers.
Most people cross, so I was reading what the city of West Hampton was doing, 80% of all cross.
Because you're trying to get your customers. Okay,
That's all on my list.
that's all on your list.
Yes. This is for today.
Any questions for the planning director about planning issues?
Just keep doing the good work you're doing. We appreciate it.
Okay,
All right,
thank you.
for your time.
We have 7 minutes before, and I'm gonna actually, you guys can. We don't have to have the hearing until 3.
So I'm gonna pause it. You're gonna recess for 5.
Recess for 5. Yep. And it's 3 o'clock. Our next order of business, under unfinished business, our public hearings continue, closed to further public comment. We will start, these do go in a specific order. Our first order of business is adoption of the Klickitat County 6-year Transportation Improvement Program for the years 2022 through 2027. I'm assuming Jen is not doing that. We have been briefed multiple times from Public Works. I don't know if there's anything you wish to add.
No, I think, but it is what we discussed for first year and all the years, all 6 years.
Clarification, there's no new projects put on the plan, correct?
No new projects have been added to the plan.
Any other questions? If not, again, this is closed to further public comment, so this is just the board. If the board has questions, if not, we are ready to move forward on that. I would entertain a motion.
Chairman, I would make a motion to approve the 6-year road transportation improvement plan program.
I would second the motion.
I have a motion and a second to adopt the Klickitat County 6-year road transportation improvement program for the years 2022 through 2027. Any further discussion? Hearing none, all those in favor say aye. Aye, motion passed. Our next order of business, this is for the annual road construction program. So this would be, that is within the 6-year plan. It is just specific to the 2022 portion of that plan. Any discussion or questions on that? Okay. Yes.
Make a quick clarification between the 6-year and the annual. I can make a quick clarification between the 6-year and the annual. Well, the 6-year, the annual is the first year of the 6-year. The 6-year does not include it's not a budgetary document, it's a planning document. We always use it that way because it makes it easier to do. The annual is a budgetary document. And that's saying that the revenue and expenses are in
that.
Yes.
Thank you for that clarification.
I would move to adopt the 2022 annual road construction program.
Second motion.
Okay, I have a motion and a second to adopt the 2022 annual road construction program. Any further discussion? Hearing none, all those in favor say aye. Aye, motion passes. That will bring us now to matter of adoption of the Klickitat County Capital Improvement Plan for 2022 through 2027. I would ask, this is closed to further public comment as far as oral comments. So did we receive this?
It's from Ms. Wexman, who's in the audience.
Go ahead. Oh, sorry.
Yeah. I don't feel bad, because a minute ago I was holding all 3 of them.
He was. questions for staff on capital? I guess I would just make a comment. This is the long range 2022 through 2027 capital. You raised questions and comments. Some of them I'd be happy to maybe after we get done, I'll sit down and talk with you as far as anyone that's interested.
Are you talking to me?
I'm talking to you, I'm
Okay.
sorry.
I'm sorry.
I know it's hard. He was, it's like, are you talking to Rob or who are you talking?
I would also add, you label some stuff like allow boat ramp as 2027. Yes, we're adopting a 6-year, but it's kind of like the road plan. We're focused on 2022 because everything after that can change. You can move up the list, down the list, depending on. So we don't focus too much on everything that's not there.
But is there a way to make that 2022 or?
This late in the game, I don't see
No,
it.
not that. And I guess that was my point was it's kind of, this is, but we could have a discussion about where it's at on the list as far as in future years. And I'd be happy to talk.
And I would be happy, hopefully get time with Public Works over the coming quarter or so to literally look at those future years and get some information. But that's again next year. Thank you, Jerry.
Any other questions or comments on the capital improvement plan?
Are you gonna be able to answer any of the communications questions?
Not during this. Like I said, I need to sit down and talk with you because we're outside the public comment and at this point, it's not a back and forth thing.
No, I understand. I just.
No, but I would be
Will
happy.
you comment on it in this meeting?
No, it's actually closed to comment.
It's just board discussion.
The board discussion. So your
Citizen discussion was the last meeting.
Sure, I just know that nobody else knows what you're talking about, so that you can make it at least a statement of what the issue is or what the discussion will be about on record.
Sure, about the questions and looking for answers that you raised in your document. That's what we'll be talking about. So, yeah, at this point, this is the board having a discussion with itself to adopt the plan or portions of it. Yes.
Matter of adopting.
Second.
Okay, I have a motion and a second to adopt the proposed 2022 through 2027 capital improvement plan. Any further discussion? Hearing none, all those in favor say aye. Aye, motion passes. That now brings us to the resolution establishing adopting the 2022 Klickitat County budget. Again, closed to further public comment. This is just an opportunity for the board. First, I do want to make a quick statement, just thanking Ms. Bartley for your tremendous amount of work that you've done over this year, both with the 21 budget, as we saw the final amendment a couple hours ago, and then the adoption of the 2022 budget was a monumental task. Both just because of I think we had a lot of institutional knowledge, the organization, and we had to kind of create our own. And I think you've done an amazing thing. I want to thank Rob as well for his small piece in that. I will give him the appropriate amount of effort. And also, I'm going to recognize. Right. I am also going to recognize the treasurer and the auditor and all the other folks, even smaller. It really has been a team effort as far as this year, and I think we've got a good outcome. I think there's more information and a better understanding of the workings of the county's finance as far as how it all works across more people, so that it's not all concentrated in very few people. that will serve us really well going into the future. And I see you, now, we don't do your performance evaluation, Rob does, but I would hope to see a nice, bright, shiny gold star on your personnel file. Yes, sir.
I would second all of that, and great job, everybody else involved. Thank you. And I would also like to thank my seatmates and all of you for putting up with me, nitpicking every single line item in it. I'm sure it was very annoying at times, but it's where I needed to be to feel comfortable signing off on the budget. It's expenditures of taxpayer dollars, so I appreciate all of you for bearing with me through the budget process.
Questions or comments? Good job. I mean, that was tough. I mean, if you wish to provide a brief update on the budget.
We received some written comment. Within one of those written comments, there were 2 items at the very bottom that were asking if there was an error or identifying a possible error within the budget. One of those was $500 on the revenue side in the treasurer's office. That was not an error. That was accurate. The other one was $11,200 out of historical preservation. That number was inaccurate in the email. It was $7,000 and it was entered in as a negative revenue. So that has been corrected. I put that in as an actual revenue and adjusted sales tax revenues that we were anticipating to balance that out. Again, to be the same exact number that we have been posting, just adjusting those revenues a little bit. So the final budget is $26.4 million. Just for reference, speaking, the 2021 budget was adopted at $77.7 million. So good work to all the department heads, elected officials, and directors. It's been amazing. You guys went through and really tackled this budget. Do it.
Can you clarify for me, I'm trying to remember, did we forecast landfill revenue at 9.3 or 9.4?
And change.
So just so everybody's clear, the 77 million for the previous year's budget primarily that was due to this. And so we're cutting 10%, just so everybody knows. Okay, that concludes your, any questions for the team? Okay. With that, I would entertain a motion adopting the 2022 Klickitat County budget. Guys, we have the amount. Right here. Okay, so thank you.
Let's make sure. 56,402.
Go ahead.
Go ahead, buddy. Yeah. Sucks being on the right page sometimes. I'll make a motion that we approve the Klickitat County 2022 budget. The funded department level of the total amount of $56,402,073. As listed in the attached documents.
Second. I have a motion and a second to adopt the 2022 Klickitat County budget in the amounts. Yeah, that big amount, $56,402,073. Any further discussion? Hearing none, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye, motion passes. Good job.
The budget's over.
Yeah, tell the first supplemental.
Oh, he has to start on next year's farm.
So as much as we'd like to take a victory lap, we're already starting to work on next year's budget process. And we're going to keep saying over and over again, our goal and hopefully is next year to adopt the budget over. So I guess we have to start how we're already working on process.
Take a day off.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's too late.
We just, because it's important for the departments to know that we'll go back and train up farther, so it takes a lot more earlier.
And when are the departments gonna get the final essentially? 'Cause
I
that
will
was,
post it on the share drive tomorrow.
And I agree with everything you said about Jan, gold star or something.
Yes.
She's done a phenomenal job. Difficult circumstances.
Another side note, all the written comments are part of the public record, so. And, I guess within a few weeks, we'll be discussing a potential workshop to go over objectives, goals.
Process improvement.
Okay, thank you all. Okay, consent agenda.
Chairman, consent agenda with all 6 items.
We have a motion, a second on the consent. All those in favor, say aye. Aye, motion passes. Pay the bills. Got it. My turn. Your turn.
Okay, I'll start with this one. Chairman, I make a motion to approve the pay order change order to Avadex in the amount of $7,113 including sales tax for the installation, commissioning, and microphones, which will be stationed at the commissioner seats and presentation table.
Okay, I have a motion and a second. This is the change order for this room. Improve the sound system. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye, motion passes.
Mr. Chairman, I would make a motion to pay the accounts payable warrants at the amount of $90,304.03. And the payroll benefit warrants in the amount of $0 to the date ending December 6th, 2021.
Second. I have a motion and a second to pay the bills. Any discussion on that? Being none, all those in favor say aye. Aye, motion passes. Let's see, the clerk is here.
Probably want to play, so.
Renee, if you want
Thank you for seeing me on this today. So I am just reaching back out, is it okay with different? About the e-filing to see if there isn't some grant funding available to purchase the software, which is $35,000 plus $75,000 for the annual maintenance.
7,500.
Yeah, thank you guys. I just heard so many big zeros there. I lost track, sorry. You guys are quick on that.
Ooh, this is gonna be a short conversation.
Yeah. So I'm asking for you to consider using the American Relief monies to cover those expenses. And as indicated, there will be revenue that will kick in when the program is up and running. And I haven't determined the amount. I'm open to suggestions on, as I know Mr. Anderson would like to see us offset the cost of that. And I want to stay within basically the average range on filing our documents without having people. Would like to really get started on the e-filing system. I think ImageSoft is the company that we already use for our document management system, and we're going to use their true filing.
Set the fees, the usage fees, if we come back next year and find out that it's not offsetting, or we want to adjust them up a couple dollars, can we do that next year?
I don't think that anything is set in stone. I think that that could be possible.
And your 4,700, I think if I read that right, about 4,700 is your.
Yeah, that's if we get 40% of the filings come in through electronic filing. So that's really a low number. And, you know, we have couriers who bring up documents for attorneys who have to have them for the hearing, because they have to have them to us 2 days before their hearing. So, I mean, so.
Is that a job?
Well, some of them, maybe. I mean, so it's a valuable service that, you know, people would pay for.
I was thinking, and I don't know if you have an answer. Do you have any idea how many hours of staff time is used to take their paper documents, scan them all to make them electric? Now, how many staff hours?
Boy, you're asking me at the wrong time. Because we just got a document that was 12,000 pages on the Land Use Protection Act case. And it has taken us, we started Friday and we are through, maybe it was Thursday we started. I think it was Thursday. And so we almost have it all echoed into folders. And so, you know, big documents like that take a while.
How many of those do you get here?
Well, this is the first one I've gotten since I've been. So, but this is a new, isn't this a new law? So who knows? But yeah, people are filing more.
So in that case, in that, say you had the software system in place last year, so that for this 12,000 page document, how it would, does it cost the same to file that as it does?
Well, that is a really good question. And
Is
something
it
I
per-
would very much take into consideration when assessing the fee, because because we're not paperless, I still have to have the paper copy. So the prosecuting attorney's office had to print that document to get it to me, because I have to have it in paper form.
So even if that document got sent to you electronically, you'd still have to print it,
I still have
but at least you wouldn't have to scan it.
Right, it takes care of the scanning process, because when the document comes in, we approve the document, then it goes straight to our scanning. So a big document like that would, I'm sure, take a whole lot less time, because you have to sit there and babysit it while it's.
Printing, you can just print. And then you scan the thing that you printed?
It would, no, we will, it
No,
will.
this one.
Oh, yes, we had to scan it.
So we paid to print it, 12,000 pages through the
And then
prosecutor's office. Then we got-
reconverted it into electronic by scanning it.
By scanning it, yes.
Why do we have to keep the paper track? Is that state law that we do that?
Huh?
So why?
Because we're not a paperless court. That's up to the Superior Court judges.
Wasn't there a case in
Benton County where actually the clerk went paperless and had been paperless for a while. And then when he finally started the process, then the presiding judge filed a lawsuit against him for doing something without their knowledge. But they'd already been paperless. They'd already been processing that. So anyway, the clerk won.
So you could determine to go paperless if you wanted. No, but the clerk won, so you have it within your.
Yeah, but we haven't been doing paper, we haven't been, the judges are still reviewing the paper files. That's the way they like it.
So you're gonna bring the 12,000 page document in there?
No. The judge has to review it.
So again, though, if the 12,000 pages was in a PDF, and if we had the e-file, he could email you the PDF, and you could file that in ImageSoft and upload it straight, or do you have to print it out and scan it into ImageSoft?
It's not without printing.
So you could just take the PDF and upload it right to Klickitat, and then you can forward that to the judge. Okay, I'm pushing all the departments, since the day I came in here, let's get off this paper bandwagon.
Yeah.
And let's move into the
Well,
21st.
and I'm just gonna say too, that when I've talked to other clerks about being paperless, you're really not paperless because it is so much easier for judges. They will go ahead and have their law clerks print out the documents that they want to review. So documents, paper is still getting used, even though courts are paperless. So it isn't necessarily as efficient as what it sounds.
But he's only printing off what he
The
wants.
things that he wants, or she.
Right.
They know that.
Need to cut their paper.
Where's 3%, 12,000 pages? That's low.
Oh my goodness, you guys, you know, we, packets, I mean, forms are changing all the time, you know, and we try to only keep 1 or 2 packets that we sell, you know, per, you know, in the family law cases, there's so many different packets. And so we only try to keep a few. But I mean, they will change from law enforcement sheet, you know, so we are struggling all the time to keep our packets updated. It is just an ever-changing world out there. And,
So you're printing off a bunch of packets, having them available, they change the rules, and then you have to
Just throw
throw
the
those.
packets.
well, we try to insert the new forms when we can, but sometimes like domestic violence laws the whole system is being revamped starting January.
How many people are actually picking up packets now versus just?
We charge for the packets. We actually.
Or you could fill it out online for free.
Yeah, you could fill it out, or you could go print your own online. We send people to the court form page, to get documents.
So what percentage of people do you think are still filling out the paper packets and buying?
Oh, lately, it's been a lot. We've had a run on heritage cases. I don't know if it's just the time of year, but we've had, I bet you our numbers have doubled. And it goes in waves, and so it's hard to keep track of it. Right now, there's been a lot. A lot meaning, you know, twice as many as we're used to having. And estate cases, probate cases are up too.
So back to your initial request. So if the board entertained doing that, when would you need the cash?
Well, I would believe I would have to do a statement of work and have that approved first. So, and Mr. Dale, who I've been working with, has asked, you know, he's kind of holding it up because he wants to do the whole group of clerks that are going with the system. And he reached out to me again last week about it and asked if there had been any decision made. So.
Were you the last of the group?
Well, there was, I think, 3 that he was waiting on, but I think Skamania County was one of them, and when I talked to the clerk there, she wasn't sure that they were gonna be able to do it. So.
Yes. First question, the same question I asked earlier. Can we do this without the cost of this is? Like a full audit? Because I asked that, you know, at the time of attendance, I think, 'cause it's a fair chunk.
You asked that with?
With
Brenda. Oh, I'm sorry, I couldn't.
So I have to ask the same question. Can we do this without going through the RFP process? So that's something that needs to be found out. I know that's not in yours, I'm talking to everybody here, but, and then the second thing would be, I'm all in favor, you know, time and attendance, I'm all in favor of jumping into the 21st century, finding the most efficient and the most affordable way to do it. I don't know if there's cheaper options out there than image shop for, you know, doing this. And then mainly, I mean, if we're doing this, why are we not moving into a paperless county all the way? And is that something that we can tie this together? Maybe push on the judges to get them to say, okay, So it's not you doing it, but it's the judges agreeing to it.
But that. That's what hard. I think we're in favor, but
Well, I mean, it's just something we have the judges show up, if you're in favor of it too, because it makes your job a lot easier. And efficient, because that's what this is all doing, is it's creating efficiencies hopefully for our prosecutor's office, because they're the ones that led to 12 million. Efficiencies for you, because it'll just be uploaded, and if you can not have to print it off again, that's less paper. With ImageSoft and backing it up, we still have our public records retention complete, right? So we should be getting there closer.
Do you think that judges would be supportive if it was as you described, they still, I mean, judges are judges. If there was specific things that they wanted, I'm assuming whether you can always print from something if you want to.
so you're saying instead of printing everything, don't print everything.
Don't
wait for
print
them to
nothing,
ask
and
you.
if they ask, oh, I really
Give
want
them a
paper
electric
for
copy,
this.
if they ask for something else, fine.
But that's still their.
Can they print from the,
We share a printer.
but as far as staff?
That would be them.
Oh, yeah, we don't. I'm sorry, I misheard you.
Okay.
Their staff printing it, and then you're doing everything.
It's usually the judges print their own stuff.
Oh, so you're,
So this.
we thought we were saving you some
This
labor.
12,000 pages you weren't printing for the judge, he was printing himself. Oh.
No.
Sorry, this is what the prosecutor printed.
Prosecutor printed.
It had to be in paper format because that is where we're at. We're not a paperless one.
But if we
Is
did
that
this, we wouldn't have to
policy?
do that.
So
If we did this, the prosecutor wouldn't have had to print 12,000 pages.
that is potentially the, yes.
So we're not in this county, so somebody still has to print it, right?
If we are keeping the paper records. And it is really hard to go totally paperless because people are still going to bring you paper records. People are still going to do that. So then you print and, I mean, they would bring them to you and then you would, people leave them on the shelf to make sure that their record is complete. And I mean, we still go pull files because there was mistakes made in the scanning. So I find it beneficial to have the paper record. I'm not necessarily want to move forward to no paper. Let's go to.
What is the dollar cutoff limit for? Anybody know that answer? Is there, no, sorry, staff.
Oh, sorry.
If there was a dollar.
There is a cutoff.
That anything above a certain dollar amount has to do an RP. What is that number?
Different for different, like Public Works has a different one.
Because I don't want.
I want to say it's like 25,000, but that's a general.
I don't want to do something and then have it come back and see they're incompetent. Right? You know, I want to make sure we're doing it right. I guess that was a good question we should ask months ago.
Great. Further discussion? Yeah, I'm in favor, but I'm not in favor. I think we need to answer the RFP question. That's,
But it's one of those, I know you.
Did any of the surrounding counties do an RFP feedback?
I don't know if they did. I don't think they did.
Hopefully we can find that answer by next week. Yeah, because I, you know,
yeah, what's the number?
It meets my definition of what I want to spend
So,
dollars on.
Yeah.
do I reach out to the prosecutor? Are they the ones who know? Who knows that answer?
It would be the State Department, grant. Because I have to answer whenever I do my audits.
So you said somebody else was asked, was that Brenda, that has to go out for an RFP?
Yeah, because we had the same question.
I'm looking in my email here for somewhere there was a purchasing policy. The county has a purchasing policy, and I know Public Works has it.
There is an alternative option to this. So when I was doing my budget, I had talked about a consultant for on-base. And if I didn't go with this ImageSoft system, Nardos, who has actually been officially hired by a certain amount of clerks to do on-base consultant work, she has set up e-filing systems for other counties, and she was an ImageSoft employee. And she did all of the on-base work for the clerks. And so that would be an option that could be looked at. And my cost for Nardos to become a consultant was $11,300, I believe. And I know I didn't have a lot of reasons for us to hire a consultant because we don't have a lot of IT time that is spent on our on-base system. I do know that there are other department heads who need document management systems. And if the county had a consultant to on staff, that was, that we had so many hours of, then she could establish document management systems for other department heads. And I have spoken specifically with Erin, and she was very interested in it. And I had brought the ImageSoft people in probably around 2017, and they did a presentation. And there was probably 15 to 17 people in the jury room at that time. And everybody was very interested. The system is really good. It has a lot of potential. And I think you were there.
I was
Mr.
there, I
Sauer.
remember.
Yeah.
It was.
And so, and I think that we underutilize the abilities of on-base because I don't have access to someone to assist me with some of the things. Because you need somebody who's certified in on-base because it's a highly technical system. So, and currently we get by with Joe, our IT person has been designated to us. And, we get by, we connect with the ImageSoft people as well. But I think there is a benefit to having an on-base consultant, and Nardos has done that. And her annual fee, currently, the annual fee is for our county is right around $11,300. If we were to go down that route, we'd have to kind of piecemeal the things that come with the true filing system because that has the financial piece already built into it, where people set up an account with True Filing. And so then, they just, like you would do with your Amazon Prime, you establish your credit card, you leave it in there every time you file a document, so it would work along those same lines. So, and apparently she has established a financial piece working with other counties, and it might have been Chelan County, but so that is another option that could be looked at, whether or not you think on-base, having an on-base consultant on staff from here on out is of a benefit to you. And of course, I would still be charging a fee for people to utilize the system. So some of those costs would be offset.
So the existing if I'm understanding, you could have the capability with the
Yes.
software that you, or the imaging stuff that you already,
Yes,
it's just not, you just don't have the ability to
Right.
utilize it at this time. So we wouldn't have to buy the $35,000.
Right. Right, we would be using the on-base consultant. There may be a fee to establish the ImageSoft on-base timestamp that comes in. So when we get a document, it goes, sits in a queue. And then if we accept that document, then it goes into another queue that date and timestamps it as filed. And so that piece may have to be handled through the ImageSoft. The company. It's not as clean. True filing is really clean.
Filings, clean or
ImageSoft, True Filing is a subsidiary of ImageSoft. Nardos, who I'm talking about as a consultant, she has been working with ImageSoft, implementing OnBase. She is one of their software techs. So she's now been removed from OnBase as a tech, and now she's a consultant with Clerks. Did I say that so it makes sense?
I would just.
on base by, is it on base by Highland?
Yes.
Yeah, I still say, it's.
Well, you still need to look at your on-base, on document management system for other departments.
Which is an issue. I mean, it's the same deal, they should be able to pop on this computer and type in. All the words, they all pop up.
And that is correct. And that's what I think the demonstration presented said would happen.
So what I'm seeing in MRSC is small purchases are under 7,500. Above that, usually up to 50,000, you can have a vendor list. So you have a small roster that, up to 50,000, you have to go out and get 3 bids from those people, and then it's not a formal bid. Unless
So
it's
we're about
just-
to just have 50s kind of.
but that's different for different agencies. I
Oh.
haven't found around ours. And then you also have your full competitive bid process. And I don't know if there's a state vendor list that we can say we're pulling from and we're getting 3 quotes from these 3. If we're tying ourselves in with other counties, I don't know, we can say that they used it and they chose. And so
Right,
we're
we
just
just piggyback.
we're
on theirs.
piggybacking on there. I just want to make sure we're just.
Right. But yeah, I mean, I do like the idea of this database. That'll be good for more departments in this term. That was a discussion for future, but since it came up. Because it is very challenging to come in here as a commissioner and not have access to documents or searchable files going back, and don't know where they are, and some of them are, you gotta go bug leaf or something. Just be nice to have your fingertips. 1:30 in the morning on Saturday morning.
Okay, let us check with the prosecutor and
Okay.
let's find out what our dollar thresholds are.
Okay.
I think it is, if it's the best choice, I think it's an appropriate use of
So then I'll be back on the agenda
Next
for
week.
next week at the same time during the pending section.
Yeah.
Whenever.
And then have you talked with any of the judges about how they can use it, because there's an e-bench that goes with ImageSoft software.
Yeah, and that's, that is available.
But it's more dollars.
It is more dollars. It's, it's another piece of software that they sell. And there's Cal Reader, that some of the counties are using. So,
Well, I think the first thing,
You sat through.
yeah, I mean, it was excellent. That was in 2017.
I'm just thinking if the board has a potential interest in getting the searchable stuff for other departments, probably be wise not to jump into this one if we were thinking we're gonna do it that way. If we're not gonna do it that way, then we can make a decision.
You know, would On-Base come and do another presentation? No, we did it in 2017.
well,
Different group, probably different thing.
do you guys ever at your conferences have vendors there? And it's
I know,
possible,
but
it's possible that they were there. They could probably do a virtual.
yeah, I wouldn't necessarily say they have to come. Almost nobody's doing it.
Yeah. Well, and the difficulty is if we go down the route of having a consultant, then our consultant would be the one to establish, she would be doing a lot of the stuff locally that ImageSoft would not be hired to do. Because, and I'm not exactly sure how that whole transition would look, but
Let's get the question answered first for both you.
yeah, I don't know all the logistics of how that, if we hired a consultant and then we brought more people in, you know, it would, I would like to have an artist to talk to. She's the one who could answer those questions. And I think she would be willing at least to do, you know, maybe a virtual.
Okay, we will continue. We will try to get some answers between now and next Tuesday.
Okay. All right, well, thank you.
Thank you. Brings us to any additional board pending before we go. If there isn't. Then next would be prosecuting attorney update. Mr. Cadell, are you available? Do you have anything you wish to share with the board? There you go.
I'm available. I don't really have anything to share. I would like to follow up with perhaps on the presentation on the risk pool. I'm scheduled to be at the winter conference with WAPA. I'm going to talk to several of my colleagues about their experiences, especially the ones that have transitioned recently, and I'd like to get back to you on some of that, and to hopefully we can have a conversation about that. Otherwise, we do have a trial scheduled in Superior Court tomorrow that we anticipate going forward, and that's what I know right now. So I'll be happy to take any questions and again, try to give any answers I can.
Do you have any, I don't want to put you on the spot on it. Do you have any ideas as far as what the dollar threshold is for RFPs, that when we get to a certain point, we've got to go out for RFP? We've had this question twice today with some software, the time and attendance software with the auditor, and then the imaging software, or the e-filing, sorry, with the clerk.
No, not offhand. I don't. We'll be happy to look
Okay.
into it.
Okay, thank you.
And then secondly, we're talking about this e-filing. You got, your department had to print out the, whatever, 12,000 pages. Is that e-filing something that you feel that would streamline stuff for the prosecuting attorney's office?
Well, sure. I mean, I can't deny that. I probably could. I mean, that's what we do with the federal courts. We just electronically file on that, and there's no paper files. I know on that particular record that the the judge had asked us to provide an electronic copy to him, which we did to his assistant when we filed the paper record.
And so you're thinking that software could save a fair amount of staff time for the prosecuting attorney's office?
I would not, I would say not a lot of time. The only time we really print anything out is when we're initiating something new or filing, motions and so forth with the court. With most of the criminal practice, there's not a lot of pleadings. I mean, there's the original set of pleadings, which is about 10, 12 pages. So I would not say it would be a significant time savings, no. Except in, extraordinary circumstances like we had recently.
Could become more unextraordinary.
Well, you can go ahead and find some wood to knock on. I appreciate that, but
That really is wood.
Yeah, I'm using it.
Oh, okay, I was like, okay. Other questions for the prosecutor? Okay, thank you,
thank you very
sir.
much.
Something. No. Okay, any other? Oh, yeah, are we
Give us an auction update or something.
something, or you're just over?
No, I watched.
We're just here watching, it was a slow day in the treasurer's office.
No, I came for the budget.
That's what I was, so.
But yes, the auction is over, so we did, we're working on the paperwork to finish off, I mean, the over part's just the beginning, so there's a lot of paperwork to continue, but we think there were some folks that weren't overly excited about the online part, but we kind of probably assumed that going into it. But I think our pricing that we got on things was as good or better than we got in the other way we were having the auction. So we'll continue to refine as we have every single time we've done these surplus auctions. But I do think that the platform of doing it the way we did is probably something that we're going to use going forward, because we did get a lot of interest and everything. And so, but yeah, no, I think we did really well. I think it was about 110,000 in total for all the items. So now we're just working on the collection part and all the other closing out, and then we'll start doing the pickup next week.
What percent does the company take that did the permitted on?
I believe it's 10. And that's pretty common across.
And
Is that on top of ours?
So they get the buyer's fee and 10% of our,
No, they get the buyer fee. That's what they.
right, so the fee they get is paid for by the buyer.
Right. We don't.
So our net is our net.
We don't have to pay to use their system.
It was
So
15%
just-
or something.
And they're collecting the money and everything for us also. So we just get a wire or an ACH with the amount. I mean, they're facilitating that. It's kind of a nice little web interface. I mean, this is our first time using it, but kind of keeping track of the bidders and not, all the pieces that go along with it. And then it tells you if they've been on other auctions and whether they're good players or bad players. And you can, it is a good tool, I think. It's our first time, so we've stumbled through a few things. I mean, I think Avery and I, who've been kind of facilitating it for the treasurer's office, I think there's a few things we're like, oh, we should have thought of that, but we will fix them as we go. But for the most part, it has been, I mean, it's.
Was there ever a public viewing? I gotta ask that.
We did not do that. We did not do a public viewing. And there was some people that were frustrated with that, but I think our pricing was better being on that. And I don't really think, I don't know, there's a lot of question on that, but I mean, we got some good pricing and compared to, because I mean, we've sold senior services buses before, so we have history of selling those. And I'm not saying you can compare them all to be the same, but I mean, our pricing wasn't less because of that.
I know there was definitely some buyer wars happening.
Yeah,
And I was watching it, I'm like, I gotta know more about this vehicle than I do.
And I think too, it's just a group that's a different sector of folks that are in that are playing that surplus game. There's a lot of them out there. We had a lot of bidders that have been on the surplus and been on other things for a long time. So But I think also the regular auction format, we've also usually done a sealed bid before. And so this, I think, did promote some pieces. And so I'm pleased with it. I think there's things I'd like to change. I mean, but that's just.
Are you gonna ever know how many of these people were in Klickitat County and how many weren't? 'Cause I got emails from people from Kennewick.
Yeah, no, there are a lot of people that were not in Klickitat County. I could just tell you.
Extend your base more than sealed bid.
Significantly. Yeah, so and without really, I mean, we didn't have to go to these other places to advertise because we use this, and that's part of what they're doing too, is advertising and trying, they know that they have people out there, whatever they do on the backside. But no, we definitely had folks that were in other areas. I mean, we had across the country, we had some people bidding, and I was kind of nervous. But yeah, and the building sold for $11,100. So now we'll have to get paid.
How does that work for people that are out of the area? You don't ship, right? You gotta pick it up.
Yep, so they would have to contact a shipping company or something and pay and then ship. We haven't experienced that. Again, we're now, every day is a new step. So now we're into this next step, but we have a lot of payments that have been paid, and so far it's going well.
Apparently we missed that bill.
Yeah.
All right, thanks, sir.
Yep, thank you.
I think it was a success too. I was kind of curious. I made sure anybody that wanted to know about it knew about it.
Yep.
So, yeah, no,
I think it was good. And like I said, we have some things to improve upon, but I think overall, I looked at the price of the items and we were getting very good pricing on some stuff.
Go to an auction and get 10% of the value, takes one by. Okay. Except for the building. But yeah, that was a steal, but
yeah.
Still the building, but that's still net, it's a positive number instead of.
I was just gonna say, it's a way positive number rather than paying.
$1 was more.
Yeah, we would pay 12 grand to have it demolished.
Or more, so no, that's good. It's a win-win for everybody.
I would agree with that, and so that is one that I'm kind of keeping my eye on, because that's such a unique situation. We'll be working with Canal and Rebecca and all that kind of stuff, trying to get that going.
How much time did you give them to take delivery and haul it off?
That's in an agreement. So the way the building worked and the way we did it is, now that we've got a bidder, and once we get their payment, then we're gonna enter into an agreement with them that basically they have until, Gordy gave them until April 22nd.
That's
Middle of April.
Okay.
And the agreement, in all fairness, we posted the agreement right on the site. So it wasn't like, I mean, we were very clear and transparent about the process. So, I mean, we felt that was the right thing to do. That way there, nobody was like, oh, I didn't we basically went in there and did that right out of the get-go. So,
okay. So there was the agreement posted, but like some of the vehicles didn't have the mileages posted?
So, and the reason for that, I can tell you straight up, this is, we did not go spend time trying to get the cars. We have spent upwards of $6,000 to $7,000 of public works time and people's time trying to get the auction working. We did not go do that. These departments drive their rigs up to the fairgrounds, get a new car, because you've got them the new car, they drive it up there, park it, and the keys to leave. There's still emblems on stuff. I mean, we have work. So that's not the treasurer's. Our role is to disperse the asset for the county. And there's a lot of folks that think that we just have one big county fleet management company out there that manages the county cars. And that's not a true statement. And we will be making sure that that's designated on there, that there is a fleet department for public works rigs, but not for other ones. So most of the batteries are dead while they're up there, and we can't go, or who knows, whatever. And so we did not want to disclose what we thought was the problem. I'm not a mechanic. I don't want to say, hey, it's this or that or the other thing. So we didn't have, and all the mileages are digital now. So the car has to, so we'll be working with Lee. I got you, Lee, but just 1 second. We'll be working with Lee to have a designated form so that the department head or the elected official will have it, and the treasurer's office would like to sign off on it before it goes to the board to be surplus, so that then we can validate it's the last step. 100%. Instead, it goes up there, gets parked, they give Lee the keys, we take it off the insurance, it sits there for how long? And so, but this auction, in today was going back to the last auction was 2019, just like I told the guy we worked with on the website today. I'm like, the next surplus auction starts tomorrow. I mean, really, you know, when we start collecting the cars. So I think the tool is a good tool, and I also think that I think the way we did it, there was not that much time in what we were able to do. We had a lot less investment in the actual auction. So like I've been talking to Gordy because we have now a lot of furniture. So we may do a furniture sale and just do a piece and do that. We may try to do cars more than once a year so we can get them going. And we'll meet with Lee. So Lee, if you had other things to add to that.
With the furniture one, that we end up with a bunch of furniture, I could swear I was reading that we don't have to have it necessarily on an online auction like that we can set it up as kind of a garage sale in different locations. And
I believe that's up to the treasurer to dispose of the assets, so I don't know. I guess the concern would be how do you get the back? The auction site was really, really good, I think, and I think we could really tailor it to some of that stuff. Like the lawnmowers and things were easy to sell.
And file cabinets, I was happy they sold.
We have a bid on everything. We're taking nothing to the scrapper or to the landfill. So that was another thing. And we had them fairly quickly. I mean, we sold the 4 servers for $40, the old servers that we always end up with. They're like a boat anchor to us and we don't know when they went away. So again, and I say that now, yeah, we're still only on the first day. So I still got to get paid and the guys got to pick them up. But I do think, I think there are some things, I think there's also a definition of what's junk and what's really surplus. And I think we need to go through that. So I will be working with Gordy and Lee and kind of doing that because there is some pieces to where maybe we can do some of that. The challenge with having the yards, I don't know, I've thought about the yard sale thing too, but it just, how do you price
It's your
stuff?
determination of what's junk and what's not junk. And a lot of what we have is junk.
Yeah, I do think there's some piece, but Gordy and I talked about trying to figure out how to do that because I hate seeing these guys move this stuff around 10 or 12 times and trying to do that. So
For $3.
right, but we needed to get through this auction and like I say, it was good. It was good. It's just, we got some things we got to work out the kinks too. But Lee had some, I think.
Yes,
Yeah, I had some really good conversations with Greg, and I'd like to send out to all the departments, like the process as far as surplusing. Will they have a list? You know, that means all the decals are off, all the equipment out, cars clean. There's a little place to list the mileage, even on the resolution perhaps.
Just the mileage, yes.
That way, all that information is there, done, and the department is responsible for taking care of that part of it. And when you're done with this, I want to give you an update on the VR&R purchases.
Eventually, I think we're gonna have a discussion about a fleet management, which would all be here. You have most of those answers, including mileage logs, because I do worry some of the prices for some of those things. I mean, I didn't see, blown motors, things like that.
We did have them on the public works, rigs did
So
have,
some of those are there, it's still got a big bid. If they come back complaining, it was listed right there.
and it's where it's as
But I
is.
do have a feeling we might have a few people that got in a buyer war and don't realize what they bought, and they're gonna have little buyer's remorse and complain about it. Maybe not, but it's some of those prices.
But I think it's significantly higher than in the old days. We would have gotten next to nothing for some of that stuff. Even if we spent way more time trying to huck it around through the fairgrounds and into wherever.
I
So
reached out to a few scrappers just to make sure they put in a little bit.
we do too. We have 3 of them and they were after the first day, they're like, yeah, we're out. This is not scrapper pricing.
Okay. Good. Ms. Lee.
Well, we have, I think there's 4 vehicles that were budgeted to be purchased this year. And with everything just being late, talked to Brenda about, can we go ahead and pay for these vehicles and receive them after the fact? Because they might not get here until 22.
What vehicles did we budget in the 2020 budget?
The 2021 budget.
Oh.
There's
It's
3 for the
December,
sheriffs
there's-
and there's 1 for building.
We haven't paid for it
We
yet.
have not paid for them, but Brenda advised me, like if I could have their invoice, a copy of their original sales order, and there's a few other requirements that I need. We can go ahead and they can issue the warrant and we'll hold them until they're delivered. That way they'll hit the 2021 budget.
Yeah, I would.
Greg's giving me the stink eye. That affects his cash.
I don't like that idea.
Well, I was talking budget.
I don't care about the
I don't like
budget.
those.
I don't like it. Nobody puts checks in a drawer. You cut checks, you send checks out.
But they should come right after the first of the year, correct?
I'm gonna verify with the departments as soon as they know. They're both contacting their vendors.
That was kind of my understanding when I said that, because I knew I would get a stink eye.
I guess, I'm like,
So that's another question. What happens if they don't get here until like midway 22? Supplemental?
Then we better not assault the other vehicle in the public auction.
So,
They'll start, yeah.
Yeah, those vehicles are.
so Lee, that would affect your 2021 budget, but it's gonna affect cash in his office in the middle of the year, which is gonna make him very happy.
well, the bottom line is, I don't think you can cut a check in waiting for when it's gonna come. You need to, I mean, if
No,
it's,
you can't.
one thing, so.
If it's coming right after the first of the year, I mean, if you're not holding it forever. Well, we have a department that does that and hangs on to them, and we had to really kind of say something to them.
Good, because I don't like that idea.
No, I don't promote that. But in this case, if they're coming shortly around the first of the year, you know, you can pay for them late December if they haven't shown up. And hopefully in a couple, 3 weeks, they'll be here. That was my thought, but not 3 months.
I'll get some verifications and let both.
I think we need to know the timing. I really
Yes.
think that's it.
Because I think the original
out
sheriff
of ways,
vehicle
then.
was
Right, well,
here
you
in March.
can always void those warrants and
So-
reissue them another time with the supplemental.
supplemental budget.
With the supplemental, you can always void those warrants if it's gonna turn out that they're not coming for an extended amount of time into 2022.
He doesn't like that either. I could just see the.
I know exactly what I'm saying, so does Lee.
I don't like.
Blue Dodge Ram 2500, who owned that?
Weed department.
That was Marty's. Where'd he go for?
See, you didn't believe me.
Yeah, I figured so.
Because it sold for like 16 grand.
Because you can't find it, that's because you can't find a standard transmission 5.9 Cummins diesel in that same, I'm sure, but
Right,
it's sold to an auto dealer out of Spokane.
I thought his old truck blew up, which is why I was thinking it was one of the white ones with the sprayer unit on it.
That's a road department.
Yeah, no, a lot of people that I asked me about it, I said, well, it was the weed department, that was Marty's.
Yeah.
And he's known to take care of his stuff,
He does.
so.
Probably have. All right, yeah, really, it's probably more than what like 840s out. Okay, anything else?
Mr. Chairman, I make a motion that we adjourn the workshops.
Second,
There is a second.
I have a motion, a second to adjourn. We have no workshop scheduled this week. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Aye, motion passed. Or adjourned. Bye, folks online.